Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I should have trusted my gut when Supervisor Rodriguez called me into his office that Tuesday morning in September 2023. The way he avoided eye contact, shuffling papers around his desk like he was buying time, should have been my first red flag. But at 26, I was still naive enough to think this job would be straightforward. "We need someone reliable for the night tower shifts," he said, finally looking up from his coffee-stained incident reports. "3 people have quit in the past month. No explanations, just walked away from decent pay." The Clearwater State Park fire tower had been my daytime assignment for 8 months. I knew every hiking trail, every camping spot, every inch of the 12,000-acre preserve. During daylight hours, it was beautiful. Rolling hills covered in oak and pine, crystal clear streams, and that massive lagoon where families brought their kids to fish. But I'd never stayed past sunset. "What happened to the night crew?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Rodriguez shrugged, but something flickered across his face. "People get spooked in the dark. You know how it is. Sounds get amplified, shadows play tricks. Nothing you can't handle." The pay bump was substantial, nearly double my current rate. I was saving for a down payment on a house, and my girlfriend Jessica had been hinting about moving in together. The extra money would make a real difference. "When do I start?" "Tonight. Sorry for the short notice, but we're desperate. The tower can't stay unmanned, especially with fire season running late this year." I spent the rest of the day trying to convince myself this was a good opportunity. Night shifts meant fewer tourists, fewer emergencies, fewer distractions. I could read, maybe work on the novel I'd been putting off. How hard could it be to sit in a tower and watch for smoke? Jessica wasn't thrilled when I called her that afternoon. "You're going to be alone up there all night? What if something happens?" "It's a fire tower, not a haunted house," I laughed, but her concern made me uneasy. "I'll have radio contact with the ranger station. It's probably the safest job in the county." By 8 p.m., I was loading my truck with supplies: a thermos of coffee, energy bars, my laptop, a thick Stephen King novel I'd been meaning to finish. The irony of bringing horror fiction to a night watch wasn't lost on me, but I figured it would help pass the time. The drive to the tower took me along a winding dirt road that cut through the densest part of the park. During the day, sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts. At night, my headlights carved a narrow tunnel through absolute darkness. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches scratching against my truck's roof like fingernails on a chalkboard. I parked at the base of the fire tower and grabbed my gear. The structure loomed overhead, a skeletal frame of steel and wood rising 90 feet into the night sky. My legs were already aching just thinking about the climb. The metal steps rang out with each footfall, echoing through the forest in a rhythm that seemed too loud, too intrusive. Halfway up, I paused to catch my breath and looked out over the canopy. The park stretched endlessly in every direction, a sea of black broken only by the occasional glimmer of moonlight on water. That's when I first noticed the silence. Not complete silence. There were still the usual night sounds: owls hooting in the distance, leaves rustling in the breeze, the occasional crack of a settling tree. But something felt muted, like the forest was holding back, waiting for something. I shook off the feeling and continued climbing. By the time I reached the cab at the top, my legs felt like rubber, and my shirt was soaked with sweat despite the cool October air. The tower cab was smaller than I'd expected, maybe 12 feet square with windows on 3 sides and a door facing west. The fourth wall housed a narrow bed, a kitchenette with a mini fridge and microwave, and the communication station. Red and green lights blinked on the radio equipment, and a logbook sat open on the desk, filled with entries from previous night watchers. I flipped through a few pages, looking for clues about why so many people had quit. Most entries were routine. Quiet night. No incidents. Light fog over eastern sector. Family of deer near trail marker 7. But as I got to more recent entries, the tone shifted. Strange sounds from lagoon area, 2:30 a.m., unable to locate source. Motion detected south of tower, investigated at dawn, nothing found. Recommend additional lighting for tower base. The final entry was dated just 5 days ago, written in shaky handwriting. Something's not right here. Can't explain it. Don't think I'm coming back. I closed the logbook and tested the radio. Static popped and hissed, but eventually, a familiar voice came through. Tower 1, this is base. You copy? It was Jimmy Castillo, the night dispatcher. We'd worked together during summer fire season, and hearing his voice eased some of my tension. Copy, base. Just got settled in. Everything looks good up here. Roger that. Remember, you've got binoculars on the desk and a high-powered flashlight in the equipment locker. Weather service is calling for clear skies, so visibility should be excellent. Any questions? Yeah, actually. What happened to the previous night crew? Rodriguez mentioned people quitting, but didn't give details. A pause. Honestly, I don't know. Gary Hendricks lasted 3 weeks, then just stopped showing up. Before him was Monica Shaw, good ranger, 10 years experience. She put in for a transfer after 2 nights. Wouldn't say why. Any incidents? Equipment failures? Safety issues? Nothing official. Look, you seem level-headed. Probably just people letting their imaginations run wild. You'll be fine. The reassurance helped, but something in Jimmy's tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced either. I signed off and took my first proper look around. The tower's windows provided a 270-degree view of the park. To the north, rolling hills disappeared into darkness. East and south were dense forest, broken by clearings and the occasional service road. To the west lay the lagoon, a kidney-shaped body of water covering maybe 50 acres. Even in the dim moonlight, I could see lily pads floating on the surface and the white trunks of dead trees rising from the shallows like bone fingers. The view was beautiful and unsettling in equal measure. During the day, the lagoon attracted families and photographers. At night, it looked primordial, like something that belonged in a much older, wilder world. I set up my equipment and settled in for what I hoped would be a quiet 12-hour shift. The coffee was hot, the radio was working, and I had enough snacks to feed a small army. What could go wrong? By 10 p.m., I'd established a routine. Every 15 minutes, I'd sweep the binoculars across my assigned sectors, checking for any signs of smoke or unusual activity. Between sweeps, I worked on incident reports from my day shifts and answered the occasional radio check from base. The forest had fully awakened by then. Bats flitted past the windows, their erratic flight patterns visible against the star-filled sky. Somewhere in the distance, a great horned owl called to its mate, the deep hoots echoing across the valley. The sounds were comforting, familiar. This was the natural world doing what it was supposed to do. I was midway through my 3rd cup of coffee when I saw the first sign that this night would be different. Through the binoculars, I spotted movement near the eastern ridge, a pale shape that stood out against the dark tree line. At first glance, it looked like a large boulder or fallen log, but something about it nagged at me. The shape was too regular, too symmetrical. I adjusted the focus and felt my stomach drop. It was a figure, human-sized, covered in what looked like a white sheet or blanket. 2 dark patches where eyes might be seen to stare directly at the tower. My rational mind immediately went to explanations. A lost hiker wrapped in an emergency blanket. A homeless person who'd wandered into the park. Maybe even a prank. Though who would be stupid enough to wander around state land in the middle of the night dressed like a cheap Halloween ghost? The figure didn't move. For 5 full minutes, I watched through the binoculars as it stood motionless on the ridge, facing the tower. The moonlight was bright enough to cast shadows, but the thing under the sheet seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. I reached for the radio, hesitating. Calling in a suspicious person report felt like overkill, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The forest had gone quiet again. No owl calls, no rustling leaves. Even the ever-present cricket chorus had faded to whispers. Base, this is Tower 1. I've got eyes on a possible trespasser in Grid Sector 4. Individual appears to be wearing white clothing or covering. Can you send someone to check it out? Jimmy's voice crackled back immediately. Copy that, Tower 1. I'll radio Ranger Valdez. He's patrolling the south end. ETA maybe 20 minutes. Roger. I'll keep visual contact and update if the situation changes. I settled back with the binoculars, trying to ignore the growing unease in my chest. The figure remained perfectly still, like a statue. No swaying in the breeze, no shifting from foot to foot, no human mannerisms whatsoever. 15 minutes later, I caught the flicker of a flashlight beam moving through the trees below. Ranger Carlos Valdez was making his way toward the ridge, following one of the maintenance trails. I'd worked with Carlos before, mid-40s, former military, not someone who spooked easily. Tower 1, I'm approaching the location. Still have visual on your trespasser? I swept the binoculars across the ridge and felt my blood pressure spike. Negative, Base. The figure is gone. No sign of movement, no indication of direction traveled. Carlos's flashlight continued to bob through the trees, getting closer to where I'd seen the shape. The beam was powerful, one of those tactical LED units that could light up a football field. If someone was hiding in that area, he'd find them. Tower 1, I'm at your coordinates. No sign of anyone. Lots of footprints, though. Looks like someone was standing here for a while. Fresh prints? Hard to tell in this light, but they don't look old. Bare feet, which is weird for this terrain, and... His voice trailed off. What is it, Carlos? These prints are deep. Like, really deep. Either this person weighs 300 pounds, or they were carrying something heavy. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. Any other signs? Dropped items, broken branches? Negative. Just the prints leading down toward the lagoon. I'll follow them for a bit, but if they head into the water, I'm calling it a night. Carlos's flashlight beam moved away from the ridge, weaving between trees as he followed the mysterious trail. From my vantage point, I could track his progress for maybe half a mile before the forest swallowed him up. Base, this is Valdez. Trail ends at the lagoon's edge. Prints go right to the water, then nothing. Either this person took a midnight swim, or... He paused. Actually, I don't know what else it could be. Any indication they came back out? I walked the shoreline for 50 yards in both directions. No exit prints, no wet footprints on dry ground. It's like they just vanished into the water. The radio fell silent except for static. I swept the binoculars across the lagoon, looking for any sign of movement on the dark surface. The water was perfectly still, reflecting the moon like a black mirror. Carlos, you still there? Yeah, I'm here. Look, this is probably nothing. Could be an old vagrant's trail that I'm misreading in the dark. I'm going to head back to the station, file a report in the morning. Copy that. Thanks for checking it out. But after Carlos's flashlight disappeared and the radio went quiet, I couldn't settle back into my routine. The incident felt incomplete, unresolved. Who hikes through state forest barefoot in the middle of the night? Who stands motionless on a ridge for 15 minutes, then vanishes without a trace? I kept returning to the binoculars, scanning the area where I'd seen the figure. The ridge was empty now, just trees and shadows and the pale scar of the hiking trail. But every few minutes, I'd catch a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, a white shape darting between trees, or a pale reflection on the water's surface. Each time I focused on the spot, there was nothing there. By midnight, my nerves were frayed. Every sound seemed amplified. The settling of the tower's wooden frame, the whisper of wind through the windows, the distant splash of something large entering the lagoon. I'd started a fresh pot of coffee, more for the ritual than the caffeine, when the radio crackled to life. Tower 1, this is Base. How's your first night going? Jimmy's voice was a welcome intrusion into my spiraling thoughts. Quiet now. Had that trespasser situation around 10:30. But Carlos checked it out. Probably nothing. Yeah, he mentioned it when he checked in. Weird deal with those footprints, though. Carlos doesn't spook easy, and he sounded rattled. What do you mean? Said the prints were too deep, too perfect, like someone had pressed feet-shaped molds into the mud. But who the hell would do something like that? The question hung in the air. I didn't have an answer, and apparently neither did Jimmy. Look, he continued, I've been monitoring the night shifts for 3 years. Weird stuff happens out there, especially around the lagoon. Most of it's explainable. Animals, weather, people's imagination working overtime. But sometimes... He trailed off. Sometimes what? Sometimes things happen that don't fit into neat categories. My advice? Document everything, trust your instincts, and don't let your guard down. The night shift isn't just about watching for fires. The line went dead, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the vast darkness pressing against the windows. I tried to focus on my book, but the words swam on the page. Every few minutes I'd glance up to scan the forest, half expecting to see that pale figure watching me from the tree line. The night was still young, and already I understood why so many people had quit. There was something wrong with this place after dark, something that made the hair on your arms stand up and your mouth go dry. I checked my watch. 12:37 a.m., 7.5 hours until sunrise. It was going to be a very long night. The next 2 hours passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. It wasn't just paranoia. There's a difference between general unease and the specific sensation of eyes tracking your movement. I'd felt it before, while hunting with my father as a teenager. That moment when you realize the deer you've been stalking has been watching you the entire time. I tried to stay focused on my duties, sweeping the binoculars across assigned sectors, updating the logbook, responding to radio checks. But every few minutes my gaze would drift to the windows, searching the darkness for something I couldn't name. At 2:15 a.m., I found it. Or rather, it found me. I was refilling my coffee mug when movement caught my eye through the eastern window. A pale shape moved between the trees roughly a quarter mile from the tower base. This time, it wasn't standing still on a distant ridge. It was moving closer. I grabbed the binoculars and focused on the area. The figure was definitely human-shaped, covered in what looked like a bedsheet or tarp. But something was wrong with the way it moved. The gait was too fluid, like it was gliding rather than walking. No bobbing motion, no irregular steps to navigate the rough terrain. And it was heading directly toward the tower. My hands shook as I reached for the radio. Base, this is Tower 1. I've got another visual on that trespasser. Individual is approaching the tower from the east, approximately quarter mile out. Jimmy's response was immediate. Copy, Tower 1. I'll dispatch Valdez again. Can you give me a description? I pressed the binoculars to my eyes, trying to make out details in the moonlight. Tall figure, maybe 6 feet. Covered in white material. Could be a sheet or emergency blanket. Moving at a steady pace toward tower base. Any signs of distress? Could this be a lost hiker? I watched the figure navigate a fallen log without breaking stride, then continue its inexorable approach. Negative. Movement appears deliberate and controlled, no indication of confusion or disorientation. The figure was close enough now that I could make out individual folds in whatever was covering it. It moved with unsettling purpose, never pausing to check directions or avoid obstacles. It knew exactly where it was going. ETA for backup? I asked, trying to keep the tension out of my voice. Valdez is 20 minutes out. Can you maintain visual contact? Affirmative. But as I watched, the figure disappeared behind a stand of thick pines. I swept the binoculars left and right, searching for any sign of white in the darkness. Minutes passed. Nothing. Base, I've lost visual contact. Target disappeared into heavy cover about 200 yards northeast of the tower. Copy that. Valdez is en route. Stay alert and report any changes. I set down the binoculars and moved to the window facing northeast. The forest was a wall of black shadows punctuated by the silver gleam of moonlight on leaves. If someone was moving through those trees, they'd have to be practically on top of the tower before I'd see them. That's when I heard the first footstep on the metal stairs below. The sound was unmistakable, the hollow ring of boot on steel that every fire tower ranger knew by heart. Someone was climbing toward the cab, and they weren't trying to be quiet about it. I grabbed the high-powered flashlight from the equipment locker and moved to the door. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Hello?" I called down the stairwell. "This is a restricted area. You need to identify yourself and state your business." No response. But the footsteps continued, slow and methodical, climbing toward me one step at a time. I keyed the radio with trembling fingers. "Base, this is Tower 1. I have an individual climbing the tower stairs. No response to verbal commands." "Copy, Tower 1. Do not engage. Valdez is 15 minutes out." 15 minutes. The climb to the cab took maybe 3 minutes for someone in decent shape. I did the math and didn't like the result. The footsteps were getting closer. I could hear them clearly now through the floor of the cab, a steady rhythm that never varied, never paused. Whoever was climbing wasn't tired, wasn't stopping to rest, wasn't even breathing hard from the exertion. I turned off the cabin lights and pressed myself against the wall beside the door, flashlight in one hand, radio in the other. Through the window, I could see the top of the stairwell where whoever was climbing would emerge. The footsteps stopped. Silence stretched for 30 seconds, then a full minute. Had they given up? Changed their mind? Or were they just standing there, waiting for something? I was about to key the radio when I heard a new sound, a wet, dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled across the metal platform outside the door. Then came the scratching, long, deliberate scrapes against the door, starting at the bottom and working their way up. The sound made my teeth ache. It wasn't random. There was a pattern to it, almost like someone was trying to write something. "Base, this is Tower 1, I whispered into the radio. "Individual has reached the platform. They're doing something to the door." "What kind of something?" Before I could answer, the scratching stopped. The platform outside fell silent except for the whisper of wind through the tower's support beams. I waited 5 minutes, then 10. Nothing. Finally, I worked up the courage to peek through the window beside the door. The platform was empty. No sign that anyone had been there at all. "Base, the platform appears clear. No visual on the trespasser." "Copy that. Valdez is 5 minutes out. Sit tight." I stayed pressed against the wall, flashlight ready, until I saw Carlos's headlights on the access road below. When his flashlight beam started climbing the tower stairs, I nearly cried with relief. "Tower 1, this is Valdez. I'm coming up." I unlocked the door and stepped onto the platform. Carlos emerged from the stairwell, breathing hard but alert. His flashlight swept across the platform's metal grating. "You said someone was up here?" "Yeah, maybe 20 minutes ago. Heard them climbing, then scratching at the door." Carlos knelt beside the door, examining something. "Well, someone was definitely here. Look at this." He shined his light on a series of deep gouges in the wooden doorframe. They were too regular to be accidental damage, too deep to be made by fingernails. Whatever had made them was sharp and applied with considerable force. "These are fresh," Carlos said, running his finger along one of the scratches. "Still have wood splinters sticking out." I shined my own light on the marks and felt my stomach turn. They formed a pattern. Not random scratches, but deliberate marks. Letters, though I couldn't make out what they spelled. "Can you read that?" I asked. Carlos angled his light differently, and the gouges became clearer. "Looks like, 'Come down.'" Jesus. Someone carved "Come down" into your door. We stood there in silence, staring at the threatening message. The wind had picked up, making the tower sway slightly on its supports. Below us, the forest stretched endlessly into darkness. "I'm calling this in," Carlos said. "This isn't just trespassing anymore. Someone's making threats and they've got tools capable of carving through hardwood." He radioed base while I examined the platform more closely. No sign of how the person had left. No rope marks on the railings, no indication they'd climbed down the stairs. It was as if they'd simply vanished into the night air. Carlos spent another hour searching the area around the tower base, but found nothing. No footprints in the soft earth, no broken branches to indicate someone crashing through the underbrush. The only evidence that anyone had been there at all was the message carved into my door. "I don't like leaving you up here alone," Carlos said when he finished his search. "This whole situation feels wrong." "I'm okay," I lied. "Just a few more hours until sunrise." But as Carlos's flashlight disappeared into the forest and I was alone again, I stared at those carved letters and wondered what kind of person could climb 90 feet of metal stairs without making a sound until they wanted to be heard, and what they wanted me to come down for. After Carlos left, I couldn't bring myself to turn the cabin lights back on. Something about sitting in that illuminated fishbowl while unknown threats moved through the darkness felt like suicide. Instead, I relied on my flashlight and the pale moonlight filtering through the windows. The carved message haunted me. Every few minutes, I'd shine my light on those gouges in the doorframe, hoping they'd somehow disappear or reveal themselves to be natural weathering. But they remained stubbornly real. Deep, deliberate letters that spelled out an invitation I had no intention of accepting. I tried to focus on my duties, but scanning the forest through binoculars had become an exercise in terror. Every shadow could hide a figure in white. Every rustle of leaves might signal someone's approach. The darkness that had once seemed peaceful now felt alive with malevolent intent. At 3:30 a.m., I was updating the incident log when the radio crackled to life. "Tower 1, this is base. Status report." Jimmy's voice was tense. In the background, I could hear multiple conversations and the sound of equipment being moved around. "All quiet up here since Valdez finished his sweep." "Why? Something wrong at base?" "We've got a situation developing. Ranger Martinez was doing a perimeter check along Highway 78 when she found a vehicle in the parking area near trail marker 12. Engine still warm, driver's door open, keys in the ignition. Trail marker 12 was less than a mile from my tower on the western edge of the lagoon. I'd hiked that area countless times during day shifts. Any sign of the driver?" "Negative. Martinez is tracking footprints from the vehicle toward the water. Looks like someone left in a hurry. Personal items scattered around the car, including a cell phone and wallet." "ID on the vehicle owner?" "Linda Washington, 43, from Riverside. Her emergency contact says she was planning a solo camping trip, but she didn't have a permit for overnight stays." I felt a cold knot forming in my stomach. "You think this is connected to what's been happening up here?" I don't know what to think anymore. 3 rangers reporting unusual activity, mysterious footprints leading into the lagoon, threatening messages carved into government property. Either we've got someone seriously disturbed operating in our park, or... He paused. Or what? Or something else entirely. Martinez just radioed in. The footprints lead right to the water's edge, same as before. No sign they came back out. I grabbed the binoculars and swept them across the lagoon. The water was perfectly still, reflecting the moon like black glass. If someone had entered that water 3 hours ago, there should be ripples, disturbance, some indication of recent activity. "Jimmy, I'm looking at the lagoon now. Water's completely calm. If someone went in tonight, they didn't make much of a splash." "That's what's bothering me. Martinez says the footprints are fresh. Can't be more than a few hours old. But there's no sign of struggle, no indication of an accident. Just tracks leading into the water and stopping." I lowered the binoculars and felt my blood pressure spike. Moving across the lagoon's surface about 50 yards from shore was a wake. Not the random disturbance of wind or wildlife, but a deliberate V-shaped pattern moving steadily through the water. Base, I've got movement on the lagoon. Something large moving through the water, heading toward the eastern shore. What kind of movement? Could be a beaver or otter. I focused the binoculars on the wake. Whatever was creating it was substantial, too big for any native wildlife. And it was moving with purpose, following a straight line toward a small cove where the forest came right down to the water's edge. Negative on wildlife. This is something big, and it's moving deliberately. I'm going to lose sight when it reaches the eastern shore. Copy that. I'm dispatching Martinez to that area. Can you maintain visual contact? I tracked the wake until it reached the shallow water near shore, then lost it in the reeds and shadows. For 5 minutes, I swept the binoculars along the shoreline, looking for any sign of whatever had created the disturbance. Tower 1, this is Martinez. I'm at the eastern shore of the lagoon. No sign of anything in the water or on land. Copy, Martinez. The wake I observed terminated in your area approximately 10 minutes ago. Well, whatever it was, it's gone now. But I found something else you might find interesting. There's a path here I've never noticed before. Looks like it leads up from the water toward the ridge trail. My blood pressure spiked. Can you describe this path? Muddy, like something heavy was dragged along it. And there are those same deep footprints we've been finding. Bare feet, but pressed into the ground like the person weighed 300 pounds. I thought about the figure I'd seen earlier, gliding through the forest with that unnaturally smooth gait. Martinez, I need you to be extremely careful. Do not follow that trail alone. Why? What do you know that I don't? Before I could answer, my attention was drawn to movement on the ridge above Martinez's position. Through the binoculars, I could see a pale shape moving through the trees about 100 yards uphill from where she was investigating. Martinez, you need to get out of there now. I've got visual on an unknown individual on the ridge above your position. What kind of individual? The figure stopped moving and turned toward the lagoon. Even at this distance, even through binoculars, I could feel its attention focused on Martinez like a laser. Tall figure in white clothing or covering. They're watching you from the ridge trail. Get back to your vehicle and wait for backup. I don't see anyone. Are you sure? I watched in horror as the figure began moving down the hillside toward Martinez's position. Not walking or running, but flowing like water, navigating obstacles without pause or hesitation. Martinez, you need to move now. The individual is heading directly toward you. I'm not seeing anything, Tower 1. Are you sure you're not? Her radio cut off mid-sentence. Martinez, respond. Come in, Martinez. Static. I grabbed my high-powered flashlight and aimed it toward the eastern shore, switching it on and off in the emergency signal pattern. If Martinez was in trouble, maybe I could distract whatever was moving toward her. The response was immediate and terrifying. A brilliant white light appeared on the ridge, brighter than any flashlight, brighter than vehicle headlights. It pulsed once, twice, then began moving rapidly toward the lagoon. Not bobbing like someone running with a light, but gliding smoothly through the forest. Base, this is Tower 1. I've lost contact with Martinez. There's someone or something with an extremely bright light source moving toward her last known position. I'm signaling with my flashlight, but getting no response. Jimmy's voice was tight with concern. All units, respond to Lagoon Eastern Shore immediately. Martinez may be in distress. I kept the binoculars trained on the area where Martinez had been, sweeping back and forth, looking for any sign of her flashlight or uniform. The brilliant white light had reached the shore and stopped, pulsing slowly like a mechanical heartbeat. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light vanished. The lagoon returned to its peaceful, moonlit state. No movement on the water, no signs of disturbance on the shore. If I hadn't seen it myself, I'd have thought I was hallucinating. Base. The light source has disappeared. No visual on Martinez or any other personnel. Copy. Tower 1. ETA for backup units is 15 minutes. Can you maintain overwatch until they arrive? Affirmative. But as I swept the binoculars across the lagoon one more time, I spotted something that made my hands shake. Floating near the center of the water was a small, dark object. At this distance, it could have been debris or a piece of driftwood. But I was pretty sure it was Martinez's hat. The next hour was controlled chaos. 3 ranger vehicles converged on the lagoon's eastern shore, their headlights cutting through the darkness like search beacons. From my vantage point in the tower, I watched flashlight beams sweep through the forest and along the shoreline as teams searched for any trace of Martinez. I maintained radio contact, calling out anything I could see from above. The teams moved methodically, but I could hear the growing tension in their voices as minutes passed without finding her. Tower 1, this is Valdez. We found Martinez's radio about 50 yards from shore. Looks like it was dropped, not deliberately discarded. Any sign of Martinez herself? Negative. We're expanding the search pattern, but... His voice trailed off. But what? There's something weird about this area. The ground is torn up like there was a struggle, but the pattern doesn't make sense. It's like the earth was churned by something large dragging itself through the mud. I focused my binoculars on Valdez's position and could see several flashlights clustered around a muddy area near the water's edge. Even from 90 feet up, I could make out dark gouges in the earth. Can you describe the marks? Long parallel grooves, maybe 3 inches wide. Too big for fingernails, too regular for animal claws. And they all lead toward the water. The radio crackled with a new voice. Supervisor Rodriguez, who'd apparently been called in to manage the emergency. All units, this is command. We're treating this as a potential abduction. I want this entire area cordoned off as a crime scene. Nobody else goes near that water until the sheriff's department arrives. Copy, command. What about the search? We'll resume at first light with proper equipment and additional personnel. For now, establish a perimeter and wait for the investigators. I watched the team set up floodlights around the lagoon's eastern shore, turning night into harsh artificial day. The illumination revealed details that made my stomach churn. The muddy area where Martinez had vanished was larger than I'd realized, covering almost an acre of shoreline. The parallel gouges Valdez had described were everywhere, crisscrossing the ground in a chaotic pattern. Tower 1, this is Rodriguez. I need you to provide a detailed report of everything you observed tonight. Don't leave out anything, no matter how insignificant it seems. I spent the next 20 minutes describing the evening's events. The figure on the ridge, the wake moving across the lagoon, the brilliant white light, Martinez's radio cutting out. Rodriguez listened without interruption, but I could hear him taking notes. You mentioned seeing something floating in the lagoon. Can you still see it? I swept the binoculars across the water. The object was still there, maybe 20 yards from shore, dark against the moonlit surface. Affirmative. Small, dark object, possibly clothing or equipment. We'll check it out at first light. For now, I want you to maintain observation and report any changes. The day shift will relieve you at 800. As the search team settled into their perimeter positions, I tried to process what I'd witnessed. A fellow ranger had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only mysterious gouges in the mud and a dropped radio. Whatever had taken her was strong enough to overpower a trained law enforcement officer and leave no footprints or blood trail. I thought about the carved message on my door. Come down. Had someone been trying to lure me away from the safety of the tower? Was Martinez's disappearance connected to the threats I'd been receiving? The possibility that I might have been the intended target made my hands shake. If I'd been foolish enough to investigate the lagoon personally, would I be the one missing right now? At 4:45 a.m., my radio crackled with an urgent call from one of the perimeter teams. Command, this is Stevens. I've got movement in the water. Something large just surfaced near the center of the lagoon. I grabbed the binoculars and focused on the lagoon's center. The water was disturbed, not just ripples, but actual waves rolling outward from a central point. Something substantial had definitely surfaced. "I can confirm movement from the tower," I radioed. "Large disturbance in the center of the lagoon. All units, maintain positions but stay alert. Stevens, can you see what caused the disturbance?" "Negative, Command. Whatever it was, it's gone back under." The waves continued to spread outward until they reached the shore, where they lapped gently against the mud. But in the brief moment when the water had been disturbed, I'd caught a glimpse of something that would haunt my dreams for years to come. Something pale had broken the surface. Not smooth like a fish or mammal, but textured like waterlogged fabric. For just an instant, I'd seen what looked like a human form floating just beneath the surface, before it disappeared back into the dark water. "Command, this is Tower 1. I think I saw a body in the water." The radio went silent for several seconds before Rodriguez responded. "Describe what you observed." "Pale object, human-sized, floating just beneath the surface when the disturbance occurred. Only visible for a few seconds before it submerged again." "Copy that. We'll have divers here within the hour." But I knew no diver would find Martinez's body in that lagoon. Whatever had surfaced wasn't a corpse floating to the surface due to decomposition gases. It had moved with purpose, creating those waves deliberately before disappearing back into the depths. And if I was right about what I'd seen, Martinez wasn't dead. She was being held underwater by something that shouldn't exist. By 6 a.m., the lagoon looked like the staging area for a military operation. Sheriff's Department vehicles lined the access road, their red and blue lights painting the forest in harsh, strobing colors. The county dive team had arrived with their equipment truck, and investigators were photographing everything: the gouged mud, Martinez's abandoned radio, even the carved message on my tower door. Detective Sarah Kim climbed the tower stairs to interview me personally. She was young for a detective, maybe early 30s, with the kind of focused intensity that suggested she took her job seriously. "Tell me about the figure you saw," she said, settling into the tower's single chair while I remained standing by the windows. "Start from the beginning and don't leave out any details." I walked her through the entire night: the pale shape on the ridge, the footsteps on the tower stairs, the message carved into my door, Martinez's disappearance, and the disturbance in the lagoon. Kim took notes steadily, occasionally asking for clarification, but never interrupting my narrative. "This wake you observed moving across the water," she said when I finished. "Could it have been caused by a boat? Maybe someone with a small kayak or canoe?" I considered that, but there was no sound. Even electric trolling motors make noise, and this was completely silent. "What about the size? How big would something have to be to create the wake you described?" I thought about it carefully. Based on the V-shape and the speed of movement, I'd estimate something at least 6 feet long, probably larger. Kim made another note. "The other rangers mentioned finding unusually deep footprints. Did you observe anything like that yourself?" "No, but Valdez described them as being pressed into the ground like they were made by someone extremely heavy. That matches what I saw of the figure's movement. Too smooth, like it was gliding rather than walking normally." "You keep referring to it rather than him or her. Any particular reason?" I paused, trying to articulate the wrongness I'd sensed. The way it moved wasn't natural. People have a rhythm when they walk. A slight bob, irregularity in their stride, adjustments for terrain. This thing moved like it was on rails. Kim closed her notebook and moved to the window facing the lagoon. Below us, the dive team was preparing their equipment while investigators continued photographing the shoreline. "I have to ask," she said without turning around. "Is there any possibility you were hallucinating? Sleep deprivation, stress, unfamiliar environment? All of those can cause visual disturbances." "I considered that," I admitted. "But other people saw evidence too. The footprints, the gouges in the mud, Martinez's abandoned radio. And I wasn't the only one who lost radio contact with her." Kim nodded. You're right. Whatever happened here, it wasn't just in your head. The detective climbed back down to join the investigation, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the growing crowd of emergency personnel below. I watched through binoculars as the dive team entered the water, their bright yellow tanks and regulators stark against the dark lagoon. The search progressed methodically. 2 divers worked in a grid pattern, while a third remained on shore monitoring their air supply and radio communications. From my elevated position, I could track their progress by following the streams of bubbles rising to the surface. For the first hour, they found nothing unusual. Standard lagoon debris, fallen logs, discarded fishing equipment, the occasional beer bottle thrown in by careless visitors. But when they reached the center of the lagoon, where I'd seen the disturbance earlier, their pattern changed. "Command, this is Diver 1, crackled through the radio. I'm finding some unusual formations on the bottom. Looks like the sediment has been disturbed in a regular pattern. Describe what you're seeing." It's hard to explain. The mud is gouged into parallel lines, similar to what we found on shore but much larger. And there are holes. Deep circular openings in the lagoon floor. Detective Kim's voice joined the conversation. How deep are these holes? I can't see the bottom, even with my dive light. They appear to go down beyond the natural depth of the lagoon, and there's a current coming out of them, like they're connected to an underground water system. I focused my binoculars on the dive location. The water above the divers was slightly discolored, as if sediment was being stirred up from deep below. Diver 1, are you finding any sign of the missing ranger? Negative on Martinez. But there's something else down here. Some kind of fabric caught on a submerged log. It's unusual. Bring it up. I watched one of the divers surface and swim toward shore, something clutched in his gloved hand. The assembled investigators gathered around as he climbed out of the water and placed his find on a plastic evidence sheet. Even from the tower, I could see it was a piece of white cloth, roughly triangular in shape. But it wasn't normal fabric. It seemed to shift and flow even when perfectly still, like it was made of liquid instead of fiber. What the hell is that? Rodriguez asked, kneeling beside the evidence sheet. The diver shook his head. I've never seen anything like it. It doesn't feel like any material I know, more like thick plastic, but it moves like silk. Detective Kim borrowed a pair of tweezers and lifted the edge of the fabric. It rippled and flowed around the metal instrument as if it were alive. We need to get this to the lab immediately, she said, and I want soil samples from those holes on the lagoon floor. The dive team made 2 more trips to the bottom, collecting sediment and photographing the mysterious holes. Each time they surfaced, they reported the same thing. The openings appeared to be artificial, too regular to be natural formations, and they extended deeper than any standard diving equipment could explore. As the sun climbed higher and the morning light began to penetrate the forest canopy, the investigation took on a surreal quality. What had started as a missing person case was becoming something much stranger. Tower 1, this is Kim. I need you to remain available for follow-up questions. Don't leave the area until we've completed our preliminary investigation. Copy that. But detective, what do you think happened here? There was a long pause before she responded. Honestly, I have no idea. But I can tell you one thing. This isn't a typical abduction case. The evidence doesn't fit any pattern I've seen before. As I watched the investigation continue below, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were looking in the wrong place. Whatever had taken Martinez wasn't hiding in the lagoon's depths or lurking in the surrounding forest. It was still out there, watching, waiting for another opportunity to add to its collection. And next time, I might not be safe in my tower. By noon, the lagoon area looked like a disaster zone. Yellow crime scene tape blocked all hiking trails. Investigators swarmed over every inch of shoreline, and the dive team had made 6 separate trips to explore the mysterious holes on the lagoon floor. But despite all the activity, they were no closer to finding Martinez or understanding what had happened to her. I was finally allowed to leave the tower at 2 p.m., after giving a formal statement to Detective Kim and providing detailed sketches of everything I'd observed. My replacement, an older ranger named Pete Hoffman, arrived with explicit instructions to document any unusual activity and call for immediate backup if anything resembling the previous night's events occurred. "You really think something grabbed Martinez?" Pete asked as we completed the shift transition. "I don't know what to think anymore," I admitted, "but whatever happened here wasn't normal." The drive back to town gave me time to process the night's events. In daylight, with other people around and normal life continuing, it was tempting to rationalize what I'd experienced. Maybe the figure I'd seen was just a homeless person with unusual behavior patterns. Maybe Martinez had suffered some kind of accident and wandered off confused. Maybe the strange fabric was just pollution or debris. But the carved message on my door was real. The deep gouges in the shoreline mud were real. Martinez's disappearance was real. I got home to my apartment around 3 p.m., exhausted but too wired to sleep. Jessica was at work, so I had the place to myself. I made coffee and sat at my kitchen table, staring at the incident report I'd been asked to complete. That's when my phone rang. The caller ID showed a number I didn't recognize. "Hello? Is this the ranger who was working the tower last night?" The voice was elderly, male, with a slight accent I couldn't place. "Who is this?" "My name is Professor Walter Hayes. I retired from the university 3 years ago, but I've been following the reports about strange incidents at Clearwater Park. I think we need to talk. I'm not supposed to discuss ongoing investigations with civilians. Son, I've been studying unusual phenomena for 40 years. What you described to the police matches documented cases from 6 other locations across the country. If you want to understand what you're dealing with, meet me at Annie's Diner on Highway 78 in 1 hour." The line went dead. I stared at my phone, wondering how this Hayes person had gotten my number or learned details about my statement to the police. But his mention of 6 other locations had caught my attention. If similar incidents had occurred elsewhere, there might be patterns or explanations that could help find Martinez. Against my better judgment, I drove to Annie's Diner. Professor Hayes was easy to spot. Mid-70s, wild white hair, thick glasses, and a table covered with manila folders and old photographs. He looked like Central Casting's idea of an eccentric academic. "Thank you for coming," he said as I slid into the booth across from him. "I know this seems irregular, but I've been tracking cases like yours for decades." "Cases like mine?" He opened one of the folders and pulled out a newspaper clipping dated 15 years earlier. The headline read, "Park Ranger Vanishes Near Arkansas Lake." Below it was a grainy photo of a lagoon that looked remarkably similar to the one at Clearwater. "Ranger Mark Sullivan," Hayes said, "disappeared while investigating reports of unusual activity around Crater Lake in Arkansas. Witnesses described a tall figure in white clothing and mysterious footprints leading into the water. Sound familiar?" I scanned the article quickly. The similarities were striking. Nighttime encounters, pale figures, people vanishing near bodies of water with no trace except disturbed shorelines. "This could be coincidence," I said, but Hayes was already pulling out more files. "Minnesota, 2018. Oregon, 2020. New Mexico, 2019. He spread photos across the table, lagoons, small lakes, even a large pond, all with the same general characteristics. Dark water, surrounded by dense forest, located in isolated areas. 12 documented cases in the past 20 years, 7 people missing, never found. I studied the photos more carefully. Each location had an eerie similarity despite being thousands of miles apart. The water was always dark, almost black, and perfectly still in the photographs. "What's your theory?" I asked. Hayes leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I think there's something that moves between these locations. Something that requires specific conditions, isolated water sources, minimal human activity, particular environmental factors." "You're talking about some kind of creature?" "I'm talking about something that doesn't belong in our normal understanding of biology. The footprints are always the same. Too deep, too perfect, leading into water and never coming out. The witnesses described the same movement patterns, the same unnatural gait. He pulled out a thick file labeled Fabric Analysis and removed several photographs. Each showed pieces of white, flowing material similar to what the dive team had recovered that morning. Every location yields samples of this substance. Laboratory analysis consistently shows the same results. Organic compounds that don't match any known textile or biological material. It appears to be alive at the cellular level, but doesn't conform to any classification system. I stared at the photos, my coffee growing cold. What happened to the missing people? That's the question, isn't it? No bodies ever surface. No remains are found. It's as if they simply cease to exist. Hayes closed the folders and looked at me intently. But here's what concerns me most about your case. The previous incidents all occurred at natural water formations, lakes, ponds, even large streams. Clearwater Lagoon is artificial, created when they built the highway 30 years ago. So whatever this thing is, it's adapting, learning to use man-made environments. That suggests intelligence, planning, possibly even evolution. I thought about the carved message on my door, the deliberate way the figure had approached the tower, the strategic timing of Martinez's disappearance when she was isolated and vulnerable. Professor, if you're right about this thing moving between locations, how does it travel? These sites are hundreds of miles apart. Hayes smiled grimly. That's what I've been trying to figure out for 20 years. But I have a hypothesis. He pulled out a map of the United States with red pins marking each incident location. When connected, they formed a rough pattern following major underground water systems, aquifers, underground rivers, extensive cave networks. I think it travels through subterranean waterways. That would explain the holes your dive team found on the lagoon floor. It's not just hiding in these bodies of water. It's using them as access points to a much larger underground network. The implications were staggering. If Hayes was right, every isolated lake or pond in the country could potentially become a hunting ground for this thing. What do you think it wants? Based on witness reports and the evidence left behind, I believe it's collecting people. For what purpose, I can only speculate. I finished my coffee and gathered my thoughts. Professor, this is all fascinating, but what does it have to do with finding Martinez? Hayes's expression became deadly serious. Son, if my research is correct, your colleague isn't dead. She's being held somewhere in an extensive underground system, possibly with others who've been taken over the years. Held where? That's what we need to figure out, and we don't have much time. He packed up his files and stood to leave. The pattern shows that after an initial contact or taking, these things typically move on within 72 hours. If we're going to find Martinez, it has to be soon. As I watched Professor Hayes drive away, I realized my night shift at Clearwater Tower had been just the beginning. Martinez was out there somewhere, alive but trapped, and I might be the only person who'd seen enough to help find her. The question was whether I had the courage to go back into those dark woods and face whatever was waiting in the water. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Martinez's face and heard her radio cutting off mid-sentence. Professor Hayes's files kept running through my mind. 12 locations, 7 missing people, an unknown entity that had been hunting for decades. By Thursday morning, I'd made my decision. I called Rodriguez and requested to return to night duty at the tower. "Are you insane?" he asked. "After what happened to Martinez?" "That's exactly why I need to go back. I'm the only one who's seen this thing and lived to tell about it. If Martinez is still alive, the tower gives me the best vantage point to spot any unusual activity. The tower's been shut down pending the investigation. Detective Kim specifically ordered..." "Rodriguez, listen to me. Professor Hayes showed me evidence of similar incidents across the country. If we don't act soon, Martinez could disappear forever, just like the others." There was a long pause. "What others?" I spent 20 minutes explaining Hayes' research and the pattern of disappearances. Rodriguez was skeptical but agreed to contact Detective Kim about reopening the tower for one more night. "If she says yes, you won't be going alone," he said finally. "I'll assign backup units and maintain constant radio contact." Kim was surprisingly receptive to the idea when Rodriguez called her. "If this Professor Hayes is right about the 72-hour window, tonight's our last chance. But I want full surveillance. Radio checks every 15 minutes, backup teams positioned around the lagoon, and emergency response on standby." By 8 p.m., I was climbing the tower stairs again, but this time the forest around me was far from empty. 3 ranger vehicles were positioned at strategic points around the lagoon, their occupants armed and alert. Detective Kim had established a command post at the main parking area, complete with additional communications equipment and a direct line to county emergency services. The carved message was still visible on my doorframe, though someone had attempted to sand down the letters. The gouges were too deep to remove completely, and in the beam of my flashlight, they still spelled out that ominous invitation: "Come down." I settled into the tower cab and ran through my equipment checklist. High-powered binoculars, tactical flashlight, emergency flares, and a backup radio in case my primary unit failed like Martinez's had. Kim had also provided me with something new: a small camera capable of recording in low-light conditions. "If you see anything unusual," she'd said, "document it. We need proof that will hold up in court or scientific review." The night started quietly. Radio checks every 15 minutes confirmed that all backup units were in position and alert. The lagoon looked peaceful in the moonlight, its surface undisturbed except for the occasional ripple from a fish or frog. But as the hours passed, I began to notice subtle changes in the environment. The normal night sounds were muted, as if the forest was holding its breath. The water seemed darker than usual, reflecting less moonlight. Most unsettling of all, the air felt thick and humid despite the cool temperature. At 11:30 p.m., I spotted the first sign that this night would be different. A pale glow was emerging from the lagoon's center, starting as a faint shimmer beneath the surface and gradually growing brighter. It wasn't the harsh white light I'd seen the previous night, but something softer, more organic, like bioluminescence. "Command, this is Tower 1. I've got an unusual light source developing in the lagoon center. Appears to be underwater, growing in intensity. Copy, Tower 1. All units report visual contact with the light source." One by one, the backup teams confirmed they could see the glow. Whatever was happening wasn't a hallucination or trick of perspective. The light continued to intensify until it illuminated the entire lagoon from below, turning the dark water an eerie green-blue. But more disturbing than the light itself was what it revealed. Shapes were moving beneath the surface. Lots of them. "Command, the underwater lighting is revealing multiple large objects moving through the lagoon. Count at least 6 separate forms, possibly more." I focused my binoculars on the water and felt my stomach drop. The shapes weren't fish or debris. They were human-sized and moving with purpose, swimming in a coordinated pattern around the lagoon's perimeter. "All units, maintain positions, but prepare for possible water emergence," Kim ordered. "Tower 1, can you identify the nature of these objects?" Before I could respond, one of the shapes broke the surface near the eastern shore. In the green glow, I could clearly see what emerged from the water, and my hand started shaking so badly I nearly dropped the binoculars. It was Martinez, but something was horribly wrong with her. Her skin had taken on the same pale, flowing quality as the fabric we'd found. Her movements were too smooth, too coordinated with the other shapes still swimming below. And when she turned toward the tower, her eyes reflected the underwater light like a nocturnal animal's. "Command, I have visual confirmation on Ranger Martinez. She's alive, but altered. Something's wrong with her appearance and behavior." "Describe what you're seeing." I struggled to find words for what I was witnessing. Martinez was standing waist-deep in the lagoon, perfectly motionless despite the current that should have been pushing her toward shore. Her ranger uniform had been replaced by that strange white material, which flowed around her like liquid silk. She appears to be physically transformed. Different skin texture, unnatural movement patterns, and her clothing has been replaced by the same material we found yesterday. Other shapes were surfacing now, emerging from the lagoon at various points along the shoreline. I counted 7 figures total, all exhibiting the same disturbing characteristics. But as I watched them more closely, I realized these weren't just random victims. Command, I'm seeing multiple figures emerging from the water. Some of them... God, I think some of them match descriptions from Professor Hayes' missing persons files. The figures were moving onto land now, gliding across the muddy shoreline with that same unnaturally smooth gait I'd observed 2 nights earlier. They spread out in a coordinated pattern, surrounding the lagoon and cutting off escape routes for the backup teams. All units, we have multiple hostiles emerging from the water, maintain defensive positions, and await instructions. But even as Kim gave the order, I could see the backup teams were in trouble. The figures moved faster than any human should be able to, covering ground with impossible speed. Within minutes, they'd surrounded each Ranger vehicle. Unit 2, report status, Kim called. Static. Unit 3, respond. More static. One by one, the radio communications with the backup teams went dead. Through my binoculars, I could see flashlight beams wavering and going out as the pale figures closed in on each position. Command, I've lost visual contact with all backup units. The figures have reached their positions. Kim's voice was tight with barely controlled panic. Tower 1, you need to get out of there now. Whatever these things are, they're coordinating an attack. But as I turned toward the door, I saw that escape was no longer an option. Pale figures were climbing the tower stairs, moving upward with mechanical precision. Their ascent was completely silent, except for the soft whisper of that strange fabric against the metal steps. Command, they're climbing the tower. Multiple figures, approximately 50 feet below my position and ascending. How many? I counted the shapes moving up through the tower's support structure. At least 4, possibly more. ETA to the cab is approximately 3 minutes. Hold your position. Emergency response is en route. But I knew no help would arrive in time. Whatever these things were, they'd planned this operation carefully. The coordinated emergence, the systematic neutralization of backup units, the deliberate assault on the tower. This wasn't random predation. This was intelligent, organized hunting. I grabbed the camera and started recording everything I could see. If I didn't survive the night, at least there would be evidence of what had happened here. The footsteps were getting closer now, and I could hear something else. A low humming sound, like multiple voices singing in harmony. It was beautiful and terrifying at the same time. A sound that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my bones. Through the windows, I could see more figures emerging from the lagoon. The entire shoreline was covered with pale shapes moving through the night with deadly purpose. But strangest of all was Martinez herself. She was still standing in the shallow water, her transformed face turned upward toward my window. Even at this distance, I could see her mouth moving, as if she was trying to say something. I grabbed the radio for what might be my final transmission. Command, this is Tower 1. If anyone receives this message, the missing persons aren't dead. They've been changed, transformed into something else. The lagoon is just an access point to something much larger. Professor Hayes was right. There's an entire network underground, and it's been collecting people for decades. The footsteps had reached the platform outside my door. I could hear that strange humming getting louder, joined now by scratching sounds as something worked at the doorframe. Command, they're at the door. The pattern shows they want me alive, not dead. If I disappear, follow the underground water systems. Look for other isolated lagoons and lakes. And whatever you do, don't let anyone else work night shifts alone. The scratching stopped. The humming faded to whispers. Then, in a voice that was recognizably Martinez but wrong in every other way, I heard, "Come down." I looked at the camera, still recording, and made my final entry into the official record. This is Ranger David Chen reporting from Clearwater Tower on October 27, 2023 at 2:47 a.m. If you're watching this recording, then I've either escaped or been taken, but I've learned something important about what we're dealing with here. Outside the door, more voices joined the chorus. All of them speaking in unison, all of them saying the same thing. Come down, come down, come down. These aren't creatures from another world, I continued into the camera. They're people who've been changed, transformed by something that lives in the deep underground water systems. It's been collecting victims for decades, turning them into hunters for more prey. The door handle began to turn slowly. The key is the lagoons and isolated lakes. They're access points, doorways to something vast beneath the earth. If you can find the main source, the central location where all these waterways connect, you might be able to stop this thing before it spreads further. The door opened, and Martinez stepped into the cab. In the pale glow of her transformed skin, I could see that her eyes still held traces of human consciousness. She was trying to fight whatever had been done to her, struggling to maintain some fragment of her original self. Martinez, I whispered, lowering the camera. I know you're still in there. For a moment, her expression flickered. Something human passed across her features. Pain, recognition, a desperate plea for help. Then the other figures crowded into the cab behind her, and that brief spark of humanity vanished. They surrounded me but didn't attack. Instead, they stood perfectly still, waiting for something. Martinez spoke again, her voice a harmony of tones that shouldn't have been possible from a human throat. You've seen too much, but you can still choose. Come down willingly and keep your mind, resist, and become like us, aware but helpless. I looked at the camera, still recording in my hands. Evidence. Proof of what was happening here. I choose option 3, I said, and before any of them could react, I hurled the camera through the window facing the command post. The device tumbled through the night air, its memory card containing everything I'd recorded. If Detective Kim found it, she'd have the proof needed to stop this thing from spreading. The transformed figures moved toward me with liquid grace, their pale hands reaching out like a tide of cold water. As consciousness faded, I heard Martinez whisper one final message in her own voice. Find the source. Stop the others, before it's too late. Then darkness took me, and I fell into the deep places beneath the earth, where things that were once human waited in the endless night. The camera was recovered the following morning by Detective Kim, along with this complete recording. Ranger David Chen remains missing, along with all backup personnel assigned to the Clearwater operation. The lagoon has been permanently closed to public access, and similar sites across the country are being investigated. Professor Hayes continues his research, now with official support from federal agencies. His current theory suggests a vast underground ecosystem that has been evolving for millennia, only recently beginning to interact with human populations. The hunt for the source continues. If you work in isolated areas near dark water, trust your instincts. Document everything, and never, ever work alone at night. Some things are worse than death, and they're still out there, waiting in the dark. The dashboard clock glowed 3:47 a.m. when I realized I had made a terrible mistake. I should have stopped hours ago, should have found a motel room somewhere back in the last town. But stubbornness and the promise of reaching my destination before dawn had kept me pressing forward. Now, with my eyelids growing heavy and my hands cramping around the steering wheel, I was paying the price for that decision. The highway stretched endlessly ahead, a ribbon of cracked asphalt disappearing into absolute darkness. My headlights carved a weak tunnel through the night, illuminating nothing but empty road and the occasional reflective sign marking another mile conquered. The heater in my old pickup truck wheezed and rattled, fighting a losing battle against the October cold that seeped through every gap and crack in the weathered cab. I had been driving for 6 hours straight, fleeing a job that had gone sour and a relationship that had turned toxic. Everything I owned was packed into the bed of the truck, covered by a tarp that flapped ominously in the wind. At 32 years old, I was starting over again, heading toward a construction job in Nevada that promised decent pay and a chance to rebuild my life. But first, I had to survive this endless night. The radio had given up broadcasting anything coherent an hour ago, leaving me with only static and the occasional burst of Spanish-language music from some distant station. I twisted the dial desperately, searching for human voices to keep me company, but found only electronic whispers and empty frequencies. The isolation pressed against my chest like a physical weight. My fuel gauge hovered just above the quarter tank mark, its orange needle pointing accusingly at my poor planning. I had passed the last gas station nearly 50 miles back, dismissing it because the lights were off and it looked abandoned. Now, as the needle crept lower, I was beginning to regret that decision. The thought of running out of gas on this desolate stretch of highway, miles from any help, sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold air. The landscape outside remained stubbornly unchanging. Flat scrubland dotted with stunted trees and the occasional abandoned building. No cities glowed on the horizon, no traffic shared the road. It was as if I had driven beyond the edge of civilization into some forgotten corner of the world, where normal rules no longer applied. When I finally spotted the lights ahead, my first emotion was pure relief. After another hour of driving through the darkness, watching my fuel gauge needle sink closer to empty, any sign of human presence looked like salvation. But as I drew closer, my relief began to curdle into something else entirely. The gas station emerged from the darkness like something from a fever dream. A single flickering street lamp cast sickly yellow light over the scene, revealing a structure that seemed frozen in time from decades past. The building's white paint had peeled away in long strips, exposing gray wood underneath that looked soft with rot. The windows of what had once been a convenience store were boarded up with plywood, and the few panes of glass that remained were so grimy they looked black in the uncertain light. Two ancient gas pumps stood like tombstones in the center of the lot, their digital displays dark and lifeless. But one pump, the one closest to the road, still had a faint glow emanating from its card reader. The sight of that tiny red light filled me with desperate hope. I pulled up beside it, the truck's engine ticking as it cooled, and stepped out into the biting air. The silence was overwhelming. No traffic sounds, no distant hum of machinery, no voices or music from inside the building. Just the whisper of wind through dry grass and the soft buzz of the failing street lamp. The cold bit into my exposed skin immediately, making me pull my jacket tighter around my chest. My breath formed visible clouds that dissipated quickly in the dry air. I approached the pump with cautious optimism, sliding my credit card through the reader and waiting for some sign of life. The machine wheezed and clicked, its internal mechanisms struggling to process the transaction. After what felt like an eternity, the display flickered to life, instructing me to select my fuel grade. I had never been so happy to see those glowing numbers. As I began filling my tank, the smell of gasoline sharp in my nostrils, I took a closer look at my surroundings. The building behind the pumps was larger than I had initially thought, with additional structures extending back into the shadows. What I had taken for abandonment might have been something else entirely. There were fresh tire tracks in the dirt beside the building and a few scattered cigarette butts that looked recently discarded. That was when I noticed the black sedan parked in the shadows behind the main building. At first, it was just a darker patch of night, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out its sleek lines and tinted windows. The car was pristine, expensive-looking, completely out of place in this desolate setting. And standing around it, barely visible in the darkness, were the silhouettes of several men. My heart began to hammer against my ribs as I realized I was not alone. The figures by the black sedan had been so still, so perfectly camouflaged by the darkness, that I had nearly finished fueling before I noticed them. Now that I was aware of their presence, I could not look away. There were 4 of them, all young men in their 20s, dressed inappropriately for the cold night air. They wore tank tops and shorts despite the freezing temperature, their exposed arms covered in elaborate tattoos that seemed to shift and crawl in the uncertain light. They stood with the casual confidence of predators, completely relaxed despite the circumstances that should have left them shivering. What disturbed me most was their absolute stillness. They were not talking among themselves, not smoking cigarettes or checking their phones. They were simply standing there, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Even from 50 yards away, I could feel the weight of their collective gaze, studying my every movement as I fumbled with the gas pump. The pump clicked off, signaling that my tank was full, but I found myself reluctant to move. Any motion would draw their attention more directly, might provoke some kind of response. But standing frozen by my truck was not a viable long-term strategy. I needed to get back on the road, to put distance between myself and whatever situation I had stumbled into. I forced myself to move slowly and deliberately, replacing the pump handle and screwing the gas cap back into place. My hands trembled slightly, whether from cold or fear I could not say. The metallic sounds seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence, each click and scrape echoing off the surrounding buildings. As I walked around to the driver's side of my truck, I risked another glance toward the sedan. All 4 men had shifted their position slightly, turning to keep me in their line of sight. The movement was synchronized, almost rehearsed, as if they had done this many times before. One of them took a single step forward, then stopped, waiting. I reached for the door handle of my truck and froze. The men were moving now, no longer content to simply observe. They approached with measured steps, spreading out slightly as they came, their movements coordinated and purposeful. There was nothing casual about their advance, nothing that suggested this was a friendly approach. Terror flooded my system with a rush of adrenaline that made my vision sharpen and my hearing intensify. Every detail became crystal clear. The soft scuff of their shoes on gravel, the whisper of fabric against skin, the faint sound of their breathing in the cold air. My rational mind screamed at me to run, to get in the truck and drive away as fast as possible. I yanked open the driver's door and threw myself inside, my hands shaking as I turned the key. The engine hesitated for a moment that felt like an eternity, then roared to life with a sound that seemed to shatter the night's silence. In the rearview mirror, I could see the 4 men break into a run, no longer bothering with their slow, intimidating approach. The truck lurched forward as I slammed the accelerator to the floor, tires spinning on the loose gravel before finding purchase on the pavement. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my hands gripped the steering wheel with desperate strength. Behind me, the 4 men had reached their sedan, and I could see movement in the darkness as they prepared to follow. I had perhaps a 30-second head start, but that black sedan looked built for speed while my pickup truck was designed for hauling loads, not racing. Still, I had one advantage they might not expect. Beneath the hood of my weathered truck sat a carefully modified engine that had been my pride and joy back when I had money for such luxuries. What looked like a working man's beater was actually capable of surprising performance. The speedometer needle climbed rapidly as I pushed the truck harder than I had ever pushed it before. 60 miles per hour, then 70, then 80. The engine responded beautifully, its deep rumble growing to a roar that vibrated through the steering wheel and into my bones. But even as I accelerated, I could see headlights appearing in my rearview mirror, growing brighter as the sedan emerged from the gas station. The highway ahead remained empty and straight, offering no opportunities to lose my pursuers through clever maneuvering. This would be a pure test of speed and endurance, machine against machine, with my life hanging in the balance. The thought of what might happen if they caught me sent another surge of adrenaline through my system. At 90 miles per hour, the truck began to shake slightly, wind noise roaring through the cab despite the closed windows. The yellow lines on the road blurred beneath my headlights, and distant objects seemed to materialize and vanish in seconds. I had never driven this fast in my life. but I had never been running for my life before either. The sedan was gaining ground. In my mirror, I could see its headlights growing larger, the distance between us shrinking with each passing second. Whatever engine that car was carrying, it was more powerful than my modified pickup, but I still had tricks to play. I knew this highway better than they might expect. About 10 miles ahead, there was a series of rolling hills that would test both vehicles' handling capabilities. If I could maintain my lead until then, I might be able to use the terrain to my advantage. The question was whether my truck could hold together under this punishment long enough to reach that section of road. The speedometer now showed 95 miles per hour, and the truck was protesting audibly. Strange rattles and vibrations shook the cab, and I could smell something burning, though whether it was clutch, brakes, or something worse I could not tell. But the engine continued to respond, continued to pull us forward through the night. Behind me, the sedan had closed to within a few hundred yards. At these speeds, that represented only seconds of separation. I could make out individual details now: the car's aggressive front end, the glow of its instrument lights through the windshield, the dark shapes of its occupants. They were so close I half expected to hear their engine over the roar of my own. The chase had been going on for 20 minutes when I began to realize the true nature of what I was dealing with. These were not random criminals looking for an easy target. The coordination of their pursuit, the quality of their vehicle, the professional way they maintained their distance while steadily closing the gap all pointed to something far more dangerous than simple highway robbery. My truck was giving everything it had, but physics was working against me. The sedan was simply more aerodynamic, more powerful, better suited for high-speed pursuit. At 100 miles per hour, I was approaching the absolute limit of what my modified pickup could handle, while my pursuers seemed to have power in reserve. The hills I had been hoping to reach appeared in my headlights, the highway beginning to rise and fall in gentle curves that would test both vehicles' suspension and handling. But as we crested the first hill, I realized my mistake. The sedan was not just faster in a straight line, it was also more agile, taking the curves with a stability that my top-heavy truck could not match. On the downslope of the second hill, they made their move. The sedan pulled into the left lane and began to overtake me, its engine note rising as its driver downshifted for maximum acceleration. I could see the passenger side window rolling down, and the terrible realization hit me that this was about to become something far worse than a simple chase. I swerved hard to the left, trying to force them back behind me, but the sedan's driver was ready for the maneuver. He dropped back slightly, then moved to the right lane, attempting to come up on my passenger side instead. The highway was wide enough for both vehicles, but just barely, and at these speeds, any contact would likely be fatal for both of us. That was when I understood their strategy. They were not trying to ram me off the road. They were trying to box me in, to force me to stop so they could handle whatever business they had with me face to face. The thought of what that business might entail made my blood run cold. I had one more card to play. About a mile ahead, I knew there was an exit ramp leading to a smaller county road. It was a sharp right turn that would be difficult to take at high speed, but if I could make it and they could not, I might be able to lose them in the maze of rural back roads that crisscrossed this part of the state. The exit sign flashed by in my headlights. 1 mile. The sedan was still trying to pull alongside me, its driver showing impressive skill as he matched my erratic movements. I could see the faces of the occupants now, grim and focused, their attention completely fixed on their task. Whatever they wanted with me, they were professionals. Half a mile. I began to ease off the accelerator slightly, not enough to be obvious, but enough to make the upcoming maneuver possible. The sedan's driver noticed immediately, pulling even closer, sensing that something was about to happen. The exit ramp appeared suddenly, a sharp right turn marked by a series of yellow warning signs indicating a safe speed of 25 miles per hour. I was doing nearly 90 when I yanked the steering wheel hard to the right and stood on the brakes. The truck went into a controlled slide that tested every modification I had ever made to its suspension system. The rear wheels broke loose first, sending the back end sliding wide as I fought to maintain control. The steering wheel spun in my hands as I tried to counteract the skid, my foot pumping the brake pedal in short, desperate bursts. For a terrifying moment, I thought I was going to flip. The truck tilted up on two wheels as it rounded the curve, gravity and centrifugal force battling for control of my fate. Time seemed to stretch as I hung there, balanced on the edge of disaster, the night sky wheeling overhead through the passenger window. Then the outside wheels touched down again, and I was through the worst of it. The truck straightened out on the narrow county road, its engine coughing and protesting but still running. I had made the turn, but just barely, and at a cost that my vehicle would be paying for miles to come. Behind me, I heard the screech of tires and the angry blare of a horn as the sedan's driver attempted the same maneuver. But their car was moving too fast, carrying too much momentum to make such a sharp turn. I watched in my mirror as they shot past the exit, their brake lights flashing desperately as they tried to slow down enough to attempt a U-turn. The county road was narrow and winding, bordered by ditches and wooden fence posts. It was exactly the kind of terrain where my truck's higher ground clearance and four-wheel drive would give me an advantage over their low-slung sedan. But I was not out of danger yet. These roads formed a network that eventually connected back to the main highway, and my pursuers would know that as well as I did. I drove hard for another 10 minutes, taking random turns whenever the road forked, trying to put as much distance and confusion between myself and my pursuers as possible. The adrenaline was beginning to fade now, replaced by exhaustion and the shaky aftermath of extreme fear. My hands trembled on the steering wheel, and I could taste copper in my mouth where I had bitten my tongue during the chase. Finally, I found what I was looking for: an old ranch road that led away from the main network of county highways. It was little more than 2 tire tracks, separated by a strip of weeds. But it would take me deeper into the countryside, away from any road that might appear on a standard map. I turned onto it and drove slowly, trying not to think about what would happen if I got stuck out here. The ranch road led to an abandoned farmstead, its buildings dark and empty against the star-filled sky. I pulled behind the largest barn and shut off the engine, sitting in the sudden silence and listening for any sound of pursuit. All I could hear was the ticking of cooling metal and the whisper of wind through broken windows. I waited there for 2 hours, watching the road behind me and jumping at every small sound. No headlights appeared. No engines disturbed the night. Gradually, I began to believe that I had actually escaped, that my desperate gamble with the exit ramp had worked. As dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, I finally felt safe enough to continue my journey. But I took the back roads now, avoiding the highway where this nightmare had begun, and I drove with frequent glances in my mirrors, knowing that some encounters leave scars that never fully heal. 3 days later, I was sitting in a diner in Reno, Nevada, trying to pretend that the coffee in my cup was not shaking from the tremor in my hands. I had made it to my new job, had even managed to work for 2 days without breaking down, but the nights were proving to be a different challenge entirely. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those 4 figures approaching my truck, their movements coordinated and predatory. The local news was playing on the television mounted above the counter, and I was only half listening when a story caught my attention. The reporter was standing in front of a familiar-looking gas station, the same sickly yellow street lamp casting its pool of light over the same peeling building I remembered from my nightmare encounter. Discovered this morning by state police investigating reports of suspicious activity. The remote station, located on Highway 50 approximately 30 miles east of Fallon, has apparently been used as a staging area for drug trafficking operations. Authorities recovered nearly 50 pounds of methamphetamine and heroin, along with weapons and cash totaling over $200,000. I set down my coffee cup with shaking hands and stared at the screen. The reporter continued her story, but I was no longer hearing the words. All I could see was that building, those pumps, the exact spot where I had stood 3 nights ago while 4 armed drug dealers watched me from the shadows. The investigation began when a motorist reported being chased by suspected cartel members after stopping at the station for fuel. Nevada State Police credit that anonymous tip with leading them to what they describe as a significant blow to regional drug trafficking operations. Anonymous tip. I had not called the police, had been too shaken and too afraid that they would not believe my story. Someone else must have seen something, must have reported the suspicious activity at the station. But the timing was too convenient, the details too specific for coincidence. I walked to the payphone outside the diner and dialed the number for Nevada State Police, my hands still trembling as I punched in the numbers. When the dispatcher answered, I took a deep breath and identified myself as the motorist who had encountered the suspects at the highway station. The detective who took my statement was thorough and professional, asking detailed questions about the men I had seen, their vehicle, and the timeline of events. He seemed unsurprised by my account, as if he had been expecting my call. "You were lucky," he told me when I finished my story. "These were not random criminals looking for a quick score. The group you encountered was part of a sophisticated operation that has been moving drugs through this corridor for months. They were armed and dangerous, and they do not leave witnesses." The weight of those words settled over me like a cold blanket. I had not just escaped a robbery attempt. I had fled from people who would have killed me without hesitation to protect their operation. The thought made my legs weak, and I had to sit down on the curb outside the diner. "The good news," the detective continued, "is that we got them all. 4 suspects in custody, along with their vehicle and a substantial quantity of narcotics. Your description of their car was instrumental in identifying them when they were spotted the next day." I hung up the phone and sat there in the Nevada sun, trying to process what I had learned. Random chance had put me in the path of killers, and random chance had allowed me to escape. But it was more than luck that had saved me. It was the modifications I had made to my truck, the knowledge of local roads I had gained from years of construction work, and a willingness to take desperate risks when my life depended on it. 2 months have passed since that night on Highway 50, and I am finally beginning to sleep through the night again. The construction job in Nevada turned out well, providing steady work and decent pay in a small town where everyone knows everyone else's business. It is the kind of place where strangers are noticed immediately, where 4 young men in an expensive sedan would have drawn attention long before they could set up any kind of criminal operation. But the experience has changed me in ways that go beyond simple caution. I no longer drive alone at night unless absolutely necessary, and when I do, I plan my route carefully, making sure I know where every gas station, restaurant, and police station is located. The days of driving until exhaustion forces me to stop are over. I have learned that being prepared can mean the difference between life and death. I keep in touch with Detective Morrison at the Nevada State Police, who updates me occasionally on the progress of the case against my would-be pursuers. The investigation revealed that the gas station had been used as a distribution point for drugs moving from Mexico to markets in the Pacific Northwest. The operation was sophisticated and well-funded, with connections to major cartel organizations. The 4 men I encountered that night have been charged with numerous federal crimes, including drug trafficking, weapons violations, and conspiracy. Their sentences, when they come, will likely measure in decades rather than years. I will probably be called to testify at their trial, a prospect that fills me with dread and determination in equal measure. What haunts me most is not what happened, but what could have happened. If my truck had been slower, if I had not known about that exit ramp, if I had made any number of different decisions that night, I would not be here to tell this story. The margin between escape and disaster was measured in seconds and split-second decisions. I have also learned something about myself that night. When faced with mortal danger, when reduced to the most basic choice between fight and flight, I discovered reserves of courage and determination I never knew I possessed. The modifications I had made to my truck were not just mechanical improvements. They were preparations for a test I never expected to face. The truck itself bears scars from that night, stress fractures in the suspension, worn brake pads, and a transmission that will never quite shift the same way again. But it brought me through when I needed it most, and I will never forget that debt. Sometimes, late at night when sleep refuses to come, I think about the other travelers who might have stopped at that station before me. The ones who were not as lucky, who did not have a fast truck or knowledge of back roads or the reflexes to make a desperate escape. The detective told me there were no reports of missing persons connected to the station, but drug dealers are experts at making people disappear without a trace. I drive past gas stations sometimes now, particularly the older ones in isolated locations, and I wonder what secrets they might hide. Most are exactly what they appear to be: honest businesses providing essential services to travelers. But some I now know can be far more dangerous than they appear. The experience has given me a healthy respect for the thin line between order and chaos, between safety and danger. In our comfortable modern world, it is easy to forget that predators still exist. That evil is not just a concept from movies and books, but a real force that can intrude into our lives without warning. But I have also learned that ordinary people, when pushed to their limits, are capable of extraordinary things. That a construction worker in an old pickup truck can outrun professional criminals when his life depends on it. That courage is not the absence of fear, but action in spite of fear. I still make that drive to Nevada regularly for work, but I take the interstate now, stopping only at well-lit truck stops, with plenty of other travelers around. The back roads hold too many memories, too many shadows where danger might be waiting. Some lessons, once learned, change how you see the world forever. And sometimes, on those long, straight stretches of highway with the sun setting behind me and the road stretching endlessly ahead, I remember that night and whisper a prayer of gratitude to whatever force watches over fools and travelers. Because sometimes being lucky is the only thing that stands between us and the darkness that waits just beyond the glow of our headlights. The decision to escape civilization came after 3 months of relentless deadlines and the suffocating buzz of constant notifications. I packed my truck on a Friday evening in late September 2024, determined to find absolute solitude somewhere in the remote valleys of the Cascade foothills. At 32, I had spent too many years glued to screens, and my body craved the kind of silence that only exists miles from any cell tower. The drive took longer than anticipated. Winding mountain roads stretched endlessly before me, each turn revealing another identical ridge of Douglas firs. By 4 in the afternoon, I realized I had miscalculated both the distance and the rapidly shortening daylight hours. The sun hung lower than expected, casting long shadows that seemed to reach across the asphalt like grasping fingers. My truck's engine labored up the steepest grades, and I found myself checking the fuel gauge with increasing frequency. The radio had died to static hours ago, leaving only the sound of tires on pavement and the occasional creak of the vehicle's frame as it navigated the rough patches. I passed the last gas station 30 miles back, a weathered building with pumps that looked like they belonged in another decade. The temperature dropped noticeably as I gained elevation. Through the windshield, I watched patches of early frost glisten on the roadside vegetation. The air smelled different up here. Cleaner, but somehow thinner, carrying scents of pine sap and decomposing leaves. I cracked the window slightly, letting the mountain air fill the cab, but the chill made me roll it back up within minutes. As the afternoon wore on, I began to question the wisdom of venturing so deep into unfamiliar territory without a concrete camping plan. The original idea had been to find an established campground, but every sign I passed pointed to facilities that were closed for the season or required reservations I had not made. The nearest town was now 40 miles behind me, and turning back would mean driving these treacherous curves in complete darkness. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I navigated another hairpin turn. The road seemed to narrow with each mile, and I'd not seen another vehicle for over an hour. The isolation I had craved was becoming more absolute than I had bargained for, and a growing knot of unease settled in my stomach. The sun was painting the sky in shades of amber and crimson when I encountered another human being for the first time in hours. I had pulled over at a scenic overlook to check my map and consider my dwindling options, when footsteps on gravel announced his approach. He emerged from the tree line as if he had been waiting there, a man perhaps in his 50s with weathered skin and clothes that suggested he spent considerable time outdoors. His greeting was friendly enough, asking if I was looking for a place to spend the night. When I explained my predicament, he nodded knowingly and pointed toward a barely visible trail that disappeared into the dense forest below us. He described a hidden camping spot near a river, accessible by vehicle but invisible to casual passers-by. The way he spoke about it, with an almost proprietary familiarity, suggested he had used this location many times before. Something in his demeanor struck me as odd, though I could not articulate exactly what troubled me. Perhaps it was the way his eyes never quite met mine, or how he seemed to know immediately that I was alone and unprepared. He offered to show me the way, and despite a nagging sense of caution, I agreed. The alternative was spending the night in my truck beside the main road, and his knowledge of the area seemed genuine. The man climbed into his own vehicle, an ancient pickup truck that started with a grinding protest, and motioned for me to follow. We descended a dirt road that I would never have noticed on my own, so well was it concealed by overhanging branches and strategic placement of fallen logs. The path twisted through dense undergrowth that scraped against my truck's sides, leaving scratches I would discover later. As we drove deeper into the forest, the canopy overhead thickened until only fragments of sky remained visible. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees, and moisture began to condense on my windshield. I had to turn on my headlights despite the early hour, their beams illuminating a tunnel of vegetation that seemed to close behind us as we passed. My guide's taillights provided the only reference points in the growing gloom. Several times I lost sight of them around sharp bends, panic rising in my throat until they reappeared ahead. The road descended steadily, and I could hear the sound of rushing water growing louder through the trees. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes, we emerged into a small clearing beside a fast-moving stream. The camping spot was indeed hidden, tucked away behind a screen of willows and wild blackberry bushes. Someone had built a fire ring from river stones, and the ground showed evidence of previous campers. My guide pointed out the best spot to park, mentioned that I would likely have complete privacy, and departed as abruptly as he had appeared, his truck disappearing back up the overgrown trail. Alone in the clearing, I took stock of my surroundings as the last daylight faded from the sky. The river ran perhaps 50 feet from where I planned to park, its constant murmur masking other sounds that might have reached my ears. The fire ring sat in the center of the clearing, surrounded by smooth stones that gleamed wetly in my headlight beams. Evidence of previous campers was everywhere. Flattened areas where tents had been pitched, beer bottles buried in the soft earth, and char marks on nearby trees. The isolation was more complete than I had anticipated. Standing beside my truck, I could not see any trace of the road we had followed, and the forest seemed to press in from all sides like a living wall. The trees were massive here, old-growth firs and cedars that towered overhead and blocked out most of the night sky. Their branches creaked in the wind with sounds like old houses settling, and occasionally something would crash through the underbrush in the distance. I set about making camp with methodical efficiency, partly to stay warm, and partly to quiet the growing unease in my mind. Building a fire became my first priority, both for warmth and for the psychological comfort of light. The kindling caught easily, and soon flames were dancing in the stone circle, casting flickering shadows that made the surrounding trees seem to sway and move. The warmth felt good against my face, but it also created a sphere of light that made everything beyond its reach appear darker by contrast. I arranged a camp chair beside the fire and opened a beer, trying to recapture the sense of peaceful solitude I had sought. The alcohol helped calm my nerves, but it also made me acutely aware of every sound from the darkness beyond my small circle of light. Without cell phone service, I had brought a portable speaker and downloaded several comedy podcasts to keep me company. The familiar voices and laughter helped fill the oppressive silence, though I kept the volume lower than I would have at home. Something about broadcasting my presence into the surrounding forest felt wrong, like sending an invitation to whatever might be listening in the darkness. As the fire burned down to glowing coals, I faced the decision of whether to set up my tent or sleep in the truck. The idea of wrestling with tent poles and stakes in the dark, surrounded by unknown terrain, seemed more daunting than it had in daylight. The truck bed, with its camper shell, offered immediate shelter and the psychological security of metal walls and locking doors. I arranged my sleeping bag and gear in the truck bed, creating a makeshift bedroom that was cramped but serviceable. Through the camper shell's windows, I could see the dying fire and the edge of the forest beyond. The glass felt thin and fragile, but it was better than canvas, and I told myself that any large animal would make enough noise to wake me before it got too close. The night sounds began shortly after I settled into my sleeping bag. What had seemed like peaceful forest ambience during the day transformed into something far more unsettling in complete darkness. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves, every splash from the nearby river seemed amplified and potentially threatening. The comedy podcast continued playing softly, but the laughter began to feel inappropriate and intrusive in the wilderness setting. Through the truck's windows, I could see the fire's orange glow gradually dimming to deep red coals. The circle of light it provided grew smaller with each passing hour, and the darkness beyond seemed to press closer. Several times I thought I saw movement at the edge of the light, but when I focused on the spot, nothing was there. My imagination began to populate the shadows with threats that logic told me were unlikely, but fear insisted might be real. The sleeping bag was warm enough, but the truck bed was unforgiving against my spine and shoulders. Every time I shifted position, the metal floor transmitted the sound through the vehicle's frame, making me acutely aware of how much noise I was generating. The podcast helped mask some of the external sounds, but it also prevented me from hearing what might be approaching from outside. Around midnight, something large moved through the brush on the far side of the clearing. The sound was deliberate and sustained, not the quick scurrying of a small animal, but the steady progress of something substantial. I lay perfectly still, holding my breath and straining to listen over the podcast's audio. The movement seemed to circle the camp at a distance, never coming close enough to the dying fire for me to see what was causing it. My hand found the bear spray I had placed beside my sleeping bag, and I gripped it tightly while trying to convince myself that whatever was out there was probably just a deer or elk coming to drink from the river. The rational part of my mind knew that most large animals would avoid a human camp, especially one with the lingering scent of fire and food. But the primitive part of my brain, the part evolved from prey animals, screamed warnings that I could not entirely dismiss. The sounds eventually faded, but they left me wide awake and hypersensitive to every whisper of wind through the trees. I found myself holding my breath for long periods, listening for the return of footsteps or the snap of branches that might indicate something was still nearby. The podcast became an annoyance rather than a comfort, its cheerful banter a jarring contrast to my growing anxiety. Sleep came in fragments, interrupted by dreams of being watched and stalked. In one particularly vivid nightmare, I was lying in the truck bed while something pressed its face against the windows, breathing heavily and leaving condensation on the glass. I woke with a start, heart hammering, and immediately checked all the windows for signs of the dream intruder. Finding nothing, I told myself it was just anxiety manifesting in my subconscious, but the feeling of being observed persisted until dawn. The first light of morning brought a false sense of security that lasted exactly as long as it took me to climb out of the truck and survey my surroundings. The fire had died completely, leaving only cold ashes and blackened stones. The forest looked different in daylight, less threatening but somehow more alien, as if I were seeing it clearly for the first time. Moisture hung in the air, creating a thin mist that made distant objects appear to shimmer and shift. I set about rekindling the fire, more for the comfort of the ritual than for warmth. The morning was crisp but not uncomfortable, and I looked forward to a hot breakfast and coffee before beginning the journey home. The plan was simple: eat, pack up, and leave this place with its unsettling atmosphere behind me. I had gotten the solitude I sought, perhaps more than I had bargained for, and now I craved the safety and predictability of civilization. The kindling caught easily, and soon flames were dancing again in the stone circle. I arranged my camping chair beside the fire and began preparing a simple meal of instant oatmeal and coffee. The familiar routine helped calm my nerves, and I began to feel foolish about the previous night's anxiety. Daylight had a way of making nighttime fears seem overblown and irrational. It was while I was stirring the oatmeal that I first noticed the figure at the edge of the clearing. He stood just inside the tree line, perhaps 30 yards away, partially obscured by the morning mist and the shadows of the forest. At first glance, I thought he might be another camper who had emerged from a tent I had somehow missed in the darkness. But as my eyes adjusted and focused, the details became increasingly disturbing. The man was tall and gaunt, dressed in layers of clothing that appeared to have been accumulated over months or years without laundering. But it was not his disheveled appearance that made my blood freeze in my veins. It was the hundreds of plastic bags tied to his body like grotesque ornaments. Grocery bags, shopping bags, trash bags, all knotted around his arms, legs, and torso until he resembled some nightmarish scarecrow that had wandered away from its post. The bags moved constantly in the slight breeze, creating a soft rustling sound that was barely audible over the river's murmur, but somehow carried clearly across the clearing. They were tied with such precision and abundance that his human form was almost completely obscured, creating a silhouette that belonged in a fever dream rather than a peaceful morning campsite. He stood perfectly still, facing in my general direction but not looking directly at me. His posture suggested awareness of my presence, but there was something fundamentally wrong about his behavior. No greeting, no acknowledgement, no explanation for his bizarre appearance or his presence in this remote location. He simply stood there like a monument to madness, the plastic bags whispering their secrets to the morning air. My appetite vanished instantly, replaced by a cold dread that settled in my stomach like a stone. Every instinct screamed that this encounter was not going to end with a friendly exchange of camping stories. The man's very presence felt like a violation of the natural order, as if something that should have remained hidden in the deepest parts of the forest had chosen to reveal itself in the growing daylight. Minutes passed in tense silence as we regarded each other across the clearing. I remained seated beside my fire, spoon halfway to my mouth with cooling oatmeal, while he maintained his motionless vigil at the forest's edge. The plastic bags continued their constant rustling, a sound that began to feel like whispered threats in a language I could not understand but somehow knew was malevolent. My mind raced through possible explanations for his appearance and behavior. Perhaps he was mentally ill, a homeless individual who had wandered into the wilderness and constructed this bizarre costume from discarded materials. Maybe he was under the influence of drugs that had distorted his perception of reality. Or possibly, he was playing some elaborate prank, though the remoteness of the location made that seem unlikely. None of these rational explanations adequately addressed the pure wrongness of his presence. There was something fundamentally disturbing about the way he held himself, the deliberate positioning of his body, and the calculated nature of his stillness. This was not random behavior or the actions of someone who was simply lost or confused. This felt purposeful and predatory. I forced myself to take a sip of coffee, trying to project an air of calm I did not feel. The hot liquid burned my tongue, but the pain helped focus my attention and prevent panic from overwhelming my judgment. I needed to handle this situation carefully without escalating whatever was happening into something more dangerous. "Good morning," I called out, keeping my voice steady and friendly despite the fear that was coursing through my system. "Beautiful day for camping, isn't it?" No response. He remained frozen in place, though I thought I detected a slight tilting of his head, as if he were listening to something I could not hear. The bags rustled more vigorously for a moment, then settled back into their previous rhythm. I tried a different approach. Are you hungry? I've got plenty of food if you'd like to join me for breakfast. Again, no verbal response, but this time he shifted his weight slightly, causing the entire collection of bags to sway and dance. The movement was hypnotic and deeply unsettling, like watching seaweed move in underwater currents. I found myself staring at the constantly shifting patterns, trying to discern the human form beneath the plastic camouflage. The silence stretched between us, growing more oppressive with each passing second. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, could feel sweat beginning to form on my palms despite the cool morning air. Every survival instinct I possessed was screaming warnings, telling me to run, to fight, to do anything except continue this surreal standoff. "Look," I said, standing up slowly and keeping my hands visible. "I don't know what you want, but I'm just here camping. I'm not looking for any trouble." For the first time, he moved. Not toward me or away, but in a slow, deliberate circle around the perimeter of the clearing. His movements were fluid and purposeful, like a predator testing the boundaries of its territory. The bags created a constant susurration that seemed to grow louder as he moved, until it became the dominant sound in the morning air. My hand moved instinctively to the bear spray clipped to my belt. The weight of it was reassuring, but I knew that using it would escalate the situation beyond any hope of peaceful resolution. Still, the presence of some form of defense helped keep the rising panic at bay. The stranger's circling behavior continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. He moved with the patience of something that had no concept of time, no urgent need to be anywhere else or do anything else. His entire existence seemed focused on this moment, this place, and whatever purpose had brought him to my campsite on this particular morning. I tried one more time to establish communication, calling out an offer of coffee or food, but my voice sounded thin and desperate in the morning air. The lack of any human response was perhaps more terrifying than an aggressive action would have been. At least aggression was a behavior I could understand and react to. This calculated indifference was completely outside my experience. My fear finally crystallized into anger, a hot surge of emotion that cut through the paralysis of uncertainty. I was tired of being toyed with, tired of feeling like prey being evaluated by a predator. If he wanted confrontation, I would give it to him on my terms. "Acknowledge me or get out," I shouted, my voice cracking with a mixture of fear and rage. "I'm not playing whatever game this is." I pulled the bear spray from my belt and held it up where he could see it clearly, hoping the threat of pain would break through whatever mental fog was driving his behavior. The canister felt solid and purposeful in my hand, a tangible reminder that I was not completely helpless in this situation. The effect was immediate and dramatic. He stopped his circling motion and turned to face me directly for the first time since his appearance. Even with the bags obscuring his features, I could sense his attention focusing on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. For a long moment, we stared at each other across the clearing, predator and prey locked in a moment of mutual recognition. Then, without warning or explanation, he turned and walked back into the forest with the same deliberate pace he had maintained throughout the encounter. The bags rustled and whispered as he moved, the sound gradually fading as the trees swallowed his bizarre silhouette. Within seconds, he had vanished as completely as if he had never existed. I stood frozen beside my dying fire, bear spray still raised, waiting for him to reappear or for some other shoe to drop. The morning sounds of the forest gradually returned. Bird calls, wind through the trees, the constant murmur of the river. But underneath these normal sounds, I imagined I could still hear the whisper of plastic bags moving through the underbrush. The spell broke suddenly, and I snapped into frantic action. Breakfast forgotten, fire abandoned, I began throwing my gear into the truck with desperate efficiency. Every second he was out of sight was a second he could be positioning himself for another approach, possibly from a direction where I would not see him coming. The truck started on the first try, and I had never been more grateful for the sound of an internal combustion engine. I reversed quickly from the camping spot, tires spinning on the soft ground, and headed up the overgrown trail that had brought me to this nightmare location. Branches scraped against the truck's sides, but I did not slow down until I reached the main road. The drive back to civilization was a blur of adrenaline and relief. I did not stop until I reached the first town with cell phone service, where I sat in a McDonald's parking lot for an hour, trying to process what had happened in that hidden valley. The normalcy of suburban life, with its traffic lights and chain restaurants and ordinary people going about their daily routines, felt like a different universe from the one I had just escaped. Part of me wanted to report the incident to local authorities, but what would I tell them? That I had encountered a man covered in plastic bags who had stood still and watched me eat breakfast. No crime had been committed, no direct threat had been made. By any objective measure, nothing had actually happened except an unusual encounter in the wilderness. But I knew that something significant had occurred in that clearing, something that challenged my understanding of normal human behavior and the safety of solitude. The memory of those rustling bags and that calculating stillness would not fade, no matter how many miles I put between myself and that place. In the weeks that followed, I found myself researching missing persons cases in the area, looking for reports of other campers who might have encountered the same individual. I scoured online forums and social media groups dedicated to outdoor activities, searching for stories that might corroborate my experience. I found nothing concrete, but there were enough vague references to strange encounters and weird people in the woods to convince me that I was not the only one who had stumbled into something unsettling. The experience changed my relationship with solitude and wilderness camping. The peace and restoration I had sought in that remote valley had been replaced by a constant awareness of vulnerability and the thin veneer of civilization that protects us from the truly aberrant elements of human society. Every camping trip since has been to established campgrounds with other people nearby, and I no longer venture into truly remote areas alone. Sometimes, in quiet moments, I wonder about the stranger with the plastic bags. Was he a local character, well known to residents but invisible to casual visitors? Was he dangerous, or simply eccentric in a way that triggered primal fears? Had he been camping in that valley for days or weeks before my arrival, watching other visitors with the same unsettling intensity? The questions multiply without answers, but one certainty remains. I was wise to trust my instincts and leave when I did. Whatever his intentions might have been, whatever purpose drove him to adorn himself with those whispering plastic ornaments and lurk in the forest shadows, I did not want to discover it through direct experience. The memory serves as a reminder that true wilderness contains more than just natural dangers. Sometimes the most frightening predators are the ones that walk upright and should know better, the ones that have abandoned the social contracts that allow civilization to function. In seeking to escape the pressures of modern life, I had stumbled into something far more primitive and threatening. I still seek solitude in nature, but I do so with greater wisdom and preparation now. The mountains and forests offer restoration and peace, but they also harbor secrets that are better left undisturbed. Some valleys should remain hidden, some clearings should stay empty, and some encounters should never happen at all. The plastic bags still rustle in my nightmares, and I suspect they always will. I was 16, a sophomore at Lincoln High back in 2012, and absolutely nothing about me screamed, "Cool kid." Neither did my best friend Danny. We'd been inseparable since kindergarten, two socially awkward kids who found refuge in anime, video games, and our shared inability to talk to girls without our voices cracking. Danny came over every weekend without fail, and we'd lose ourselves in whatever new series we'd discovered or spend hours grinding levels in whatever RPG had caught our attention. That particular Friday in October, we were huddled around my laptop in the computer lab during lunch period. Danny had been bragging all week about some premium content he'd gotten from a Discord server, rare anime episodes, exclusive manga chapters, the kind of stuff that made us feel like we were part of some secret club. I watched him navigate through folders with names like Ultra Rare and Limited Edition, my curiosity growing with each click. "Dude, check this out," Danny whispered, his fingers hovering over a folder labeled Premium Content. His eyes had that mischievous glint that usually meant trouble, but I leaned in anyway. The folder opened to reveal dozens of files with suggestive thumbnails and titles that made my face burn red. It wasn't anything too extreme by internet standards, but for two sheltered 16-year-olds, it might as well have been contraband. We were so absorbed in our discovery that we didn't hear the soft footsteps approaching behind us. Mrs. Peterson's voice cut through our whispered excitement like a blade. "What exactly are you two looking at?" The entire computer lab fell silent. 20 pairs of eyes turned toward us as Danny frantically tried to close the browser windows, his mouse clicking wildly as more inappropriate images flashed across the screen. Mrs. Peterson's expression shifted from curiosity to disgust to stern disapproval in the span of 3 seconds. My stomach dropped so fast I thought I might actually throw up right there on the keyboard. "Principal's office. Now," she said, her voice carrying across the silent room. The walk to the principal's office felt like a death march, with students in the hallway staring and whispering as we passed. I could feel my face burning with embarrassment, and Danny looked like he was about to cry. Principal Rodriguez didn't waste time with pleasantries. Within an hour, both sets of parents had been called. The conversation was brief, clinical, and mortifying. Words like inappropriate material and serious violation of school policy echoed in my ears as I sat there wanting to disappear into the floor. Dad picked me up in his old pickup truck, and the silence during the drive home was suffocating. I could feel his disappointment radiating from the driver's seat like heat from a furnace. When we finally pulled into our driveway, he sat there for a long moment with the engine running, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tight his knuckles were white. "I talked to Mr. Stevens," he finally said, referring to Danny's father. "You boys have 2 options. You can be grounded for a month, no internet, no games, no leaving the house except for school. Or you can come hunting with me this weekend." He turned to look at me, his gray eyes serious. "Your choice. But you're both getting the same punishment." That night, Danny and I texted back and forth for hours, weighing our options. A month without internet felt like a death sentence, but hunting wasn't exactly appealing either. Neither of us had ever been hunting before, and the idea of killing animals made us both uncomfortable. But Dad had been trying to get me to go hunting with him for years, always saying it would make a man out of me or teach me about the real world. I'd always found excuses to avoid it. "At least we'd be outside doing something," Danny texted. "Better than being locked up like prisoners." "Yeah, and it's only one weekend," I replied. "How bad could it be?" Looking back now, I realized that was probably the last normal conversation Danny and I would ever have. Friday after school, Dad picked both of us up in his truck, the back loaded with hunting gear and supplies. The drive to his cabin in northern Michigan took nearly 4 hours, winding through increasingly remote roads until we were surrounded by nothing but dense forest and the occasional rundown gas station. The further we drove, the more excited Dad became, humming along to classic rock on the radio and pointing out landmarks from his own childhood hunting trips. "You boys are going to love this," he said for the 10th time, glancing at us in the rearview mirror. "Nothing like being out in nature, away from all those computers and video games. This'll put some hair on your chest." Danny and I exchanged a look that said everything. This was going to be a long weekend. The cabin sat in a small clearing about a mile off the main road, accessible only by a rutted dirt path that made the truck bounce and groan with every pothole. It was smaller than I'd expected, just 2 rooms and a loft, built from logs that had darkened with age and weather. The interior smelled like pine needles, old coffee, and something else. Something earthy and organic that I couldn't quite identify. Dad spent the first hour giving us a comprehensive tour of his hunting equipment, laying everything out on the small kitchen table like a military inspection. Rifles, ammunition, hunting knives with worn leather handles, camouflage clothing that smelled like mothballs, bright orange safety vests, compasses, and first aid supplies. Each item came with a detailed explanation of its purpose and a stern lecture about safety. Rule number 1, Dad said, holding up his index finger. Never point a gun at anything unless you intend to shoot it. Rule number 2, always identify your target before you shoot. Rule number 3, stay within sight of each other at all times. These woods can be dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. The way he said dangerous made something cold settle in my stomach, but I pushed the feeling aside. Dad had been hunting these woods for 20 years. If anyone knew how to stay safe out here, it was him. We heated up canned beef stew for dinner, eating by lamplight since the cabin had no electricity. The silence outside was absolute. No traffic, no neighbors, no sounds of civilization at all. Just the occasional crack of settling wood and the distant hoot of an owl. Dad regaled us with hunting stories from his youth, his eyes bright with enthusiasm in the flickering lamplight. "We'll be up at 4, he announced as we prepared for bed. "Deer are most active at dawn and dusk. You'll see. There's nothing like watching the forest wake up." Danny climbed into the top bunk while I took the bottom, but neither of us could fall asleep. Every sound outside seemed amplified in the darkness. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig, the scratch of something small scurrying across the roof. The woods were alive with sounds I couldn't identify, and my imagination began filling in the blanks with creatures and scenarios that made my heart race. "You awake?" Danny whispered from above. "Yeah, this place is creepy as hell." "Tell me about it. What do you think is making all that noise?" "Probably just animals, raccoons or whatever." But even as I said it, I wasn't convinced. There was something about the sounds that seemed wrong somehow. Too deliberate, too organized. Like something was moving through the forest with purpose. I must have finally drifted off around midnight, because the next thing I knew, Dad was shaking me awake in what felt like the middle of the night. 4 in the morning came like a slap to the face. Dad was already dressed and making coffee and oatmeal by the light of his camping lantern, moving around the small kitchen with practiced efficiency. Outside, the world was still black as pitch, with only the faintest hint of gray on the eastern horizon. "Rise and shine, boys," Dad said cheerfully, as if getting up before dawn was the most natural thing in the world. "Early bird gets the worm, and the early hunter gets the deer." Danny and I stumbled around in the darkness, struggling into our borrowed camouflage clothing and trying to wake up enough to function. The hunting gear felt foreign and uncomfortable. The jacket was too big, the boots too heavy, and the orange safety vest made me feel like a construction worker. Dad checked our rifles one more time, walking us through the loading and safety procedures with military precision. "Remember," he said, his voice serious in the pre-dawn darkness, "we're hunting deer. Nothing else. If you see anything that isn't a deer, you don't shoot. Understood?" We nodded, though I wondered what else we might encounter out here that would require such a specific warning. The hike into the woods was surreal, our flashlight beams creating small pools of light in an ocean of darkness. The air was crisp and cold, our breath visible in small puffs of vapor. Dew soaked through my boots within minutes, and I could feel the moisture seeping into my socks. Every step seemed unnaturally loud in the silence, the crunch of leaves and snap of twigs echoing through the trees. We walked for nearly an hour, following what Dad called game trails, paths through the forest that were invisible to my untrained eyes but apparently obvious to him. The trees grew denser as we moved deeper into the woods, their branches forming a canopy overhead that blocked out even the faint starlight. Finally, Dad stopped in a small clearing and began setting up what he called a blind, a camouflaged shelter where we could wait for deer to appear. The structure was simple but effective, providing concealment while giving us a clear view of the surrounding area. "This is where patience comes in," Dad whispered as we settled in to wait. "Hunting is 90% waiting and 10% action. The key is to stay quiet and alert." As the sun began to rise, the forest gradually came alive around us. The darkness retreated slowly, revealing details that had been hidden in the night. Trees took shape, their bark textured and varied. Undergrowth became visible, thick with ferns and fallen logs. Birds began to sing, their voices creating a natural symphony that was both beautiful and slightly unsettling. But as the morning progressed, I began to notice something odd. The birds that had been singing so enthusiastically at dawn gradually fell silent. At first, I thought it was just the natural progression of morning activities, but the silence seemed to spread through the forest like a wave, starting from somewhere deeper in the woods and moving toward us. Danny noticed it too. He kept shifting in his position, looking around nervously and opening his mouth as if to say something before Dad's stern looks reminded him to stay quiet. But even Dad seemed to sense that something had changed. His relaxed posture became more alert, and his eyes scanned the tree line with increased intensity. By 8 o'clock, we still hadn't seen any deer, and the forest had become unnaturally quiet. Even the insects had stopped buzzing. The silence was so complete it felt oppressive, like the entire woods were holding their breath. "Let's move to another spot," Dad whispered, his voice barely audible. "Sometimes the deer change their patterns." We packed up our minimal gear and began moving deeper into the forest, following another of Dad's invisible trails. The trees grew even denser here, their branches interlocking overhead to create a natural tunnel. Less light filtered through the canopy, and the air felt cooler, almost damp. That's when Dad suddenly stopped, his entire body going rigid. He held up his hand for silence and pointed ahead through the trees. At first I couldn't see anything unusual, just more forest, more shadows, more undergrowth. But then I noticed movement about 50 yards ahead, small shapes moving between the trees with an odd, jerky motion. Dad motioned for us to get down, and we crouched behind a fallen log. He pulled out his binoculars and studied the area for what felt like an eternity, his face growing increasingly tense. When he finally lowered the binoculars, his expression was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. A mixture of confusion, disbelief, and something that looked disturbingly like fear. "Tell me what you see," he whispered, handing me the binoculars. Through the binoculars, the distant figures came into sharp focus, and my blood seemed to freeze in my veins. 3 small shapes moved between the trees, no more than 3 feet tall, but they definitely weren't children. Their movements were all wrong, too stiff, too angular, like marionettes being operated by an inexperienced puppeteer. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, with a sickly gray undertone that made them look diseased. They appeared to be naked, but their bodies were somehow wrong, proportioned in a way that hurt to look at. Their limbs were too long for their torsos, their heads too large for their necks. They moved in perfect synchronization, bending down to collect something from the forest floor before straightening up and moving to the next location. Whatever they were gathering, they placed it in small sacks or pouches that seemed to be made from some kind of organic material. The most disturbing thing was their faces. Even through the binoculars, I couldn't make out distinct features, just dark hollows where eyes should be and holes that might have been mouths. When they turned their heads, which they did frequently, the motion was too fast, too sharp, like birds of prey scanning for threats. I felt Danny nudging me urgently, and I reluctantly handed him the binoculars. His sharp intake of breath told me he was seeing the same impossible things I had witnessed. When he tried to whisper, "What the hell?" Dad immediately motioned for complete silence, his face grave with concern. I looked at my father, this man who had always been my anchor of normalcy and strength, and saw genuine fear in his eyes for the first time in my life. He'd been hunting these woods for 20 years, knew every trail and landmark, every type of wildlife that called this forest home. Whatever those things were, they weren't part of his familiar world. "What are they?" I mouthed silently. Dad shook his head slowly, his eyes never leaving the distant figures. He took the binoculars back and studied them for another long moment before whispering so quietly I could barely hear him. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like this." The 3 creatures continued their methodical collection, moving through the underbrush with an efficiency that suggested they'd done this many times before. They communicated with each other, but not with sounds. Instead, they used quick, jerky gestures that looked almost like sign language. Occasionally, one would pause and tilt its oversized head, as if listening to something beyond human hearing. Danny was breathing heavily beside me, and I could see him struggling not to panic. His face had gone completely white, and his hands were shaking as he gripped his rifle. I reached over and touched his arm, trying to provide some comfort. But I was just as terrified as he was. That's when Danny made the mistake that changed everything. In his nervousness, he shifted his weight too quickly and lost his balance. His elbow caught on a protruding root, sending him tumbling backward with a crash that echoed through the silent forest like a gunshot. His rifle hit the ground with a metallic clang that seemed to reverberate forever. The effect on the three creatures was immediate and terrifying. They stopped moving instantly, their heads snapping toward our location with that same unnaturally fast motion. Even from 50 yards away, I could feel them focusing their attention on us, like the weight of their gaze was a physical force pressing against my chest. For a moment that stretched into eternity, we stared at each other across the forest floor. The creatures remained perfectly still, their dark eye hollows fixed on our hiding spot. Dad's breathing had become shallow and rapid, and I could see his knuckles white as he gripped his rifle. Then, as if responding to some unheard signal, all three creatures began moving toward us. Not running, not rushing, but walking with that same jerky, unnatural gait. Their movements were purposeful and coordinated, like hunters who had just spotted their prey. "Run!" Dad whispered, his voice barely audible. "Run now!" We exploded from our hiding spot like startled deer, crashing through the underbrush without any regard for stealth or safety. Branches tore at our clothes and scratched our faces as we fled deeper into the forest. Behind us, I could hear Dad shouting instructions, but his words were lost in the thunder of our panic and the sound of breaking branches. Danny stumbled again, going down hard and crying out as he hit the ground. Dad stopped to help him while I kept running, my mind blank with terror. Every shadow looked like a pursuing figure. Every movement in my peripheral vision made my heart race faster. "Keep going!" Dad's voice echoed behind me. "Get back to the cabin. We'll catch up." I hesitated for just a moment, torn between loyalty to my friend and the overwhelming need to escape. But Dad's voice carried an authority I'd never heard before, a command that brooked no argument. "Go." So I ran. The forest became a blur of green and brown as I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping across my face and thorns tearing at my clothes. My lungs burned with the effort of running, and my heart hammered against my ribs so hard I thought it might burst. Every sound behind me, every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves, convinced me that those things were gaining ground. I had no idea if I was going in the right direction. The trails that Dad had followed so confidently were invisible to me, and every tree looked the same. Panic made it impossible to think clearly, to remember the landmarks we'd passed on the way in. All I could do was run and hope that instinct would guide me back to safety. After what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, I burst through the tree line into the familiar clearing where the cabin sat. I'd never been so relieved to see that small, weathered building. My legs gave out as I reached the front door and I collapsed against it, gasping for air and shaking uncontrollably. It took several minutes before I could steady my hands enough to work the door handle. Once inside, I immediately locked the door behind me and grabbed Dad's shotgun from the rack above the fireplace. My fingers fumbled with the shells as I tried to load it, dropping several on the floor in my haste. The simple mechanical action of loading the weapon helped calm my nerves slightly, giving my hands something to do while my mind raced. I positioned myself facing the door and window, the shotgun across my knees, and waited. The minutes crawled by with agonizing slowness. Every sound outside, the whisper of wind through the trees, the creak of settling wood, the distant call of a bird, made me jump and tighten my grip on the weapon. 1 hour passed, then another. The sun began its descent toward the western horizon, casting long shadows across the clearing. Where were Dad and Danny? What had happened after I ran? The possibilities that ran through my mind were too terrible to contemplate, but I couldn't stop imagining the worst. As afternoon faded into evening, I heard footsteps approaching the cabin. Heavy, deliberate steps that sounded human, but somehow wrong. I raised the shotgun, my finger hovering over the trigger, and held my breath. 3 knocks echoed through the small cabin. "Son, it's us," came Dad's voice through the door. "Open up." Relief flooded through me so intensely that I almost cried. But something made me hesitate. There was something about Dad's voice that didn't sound quite right. It was flatter than usual, lacking the warmth and inflection I was used to. It sounded like someone doing an impression of my father. "Dad?" I called back, not moving from my position. "Yes," came the reply. "Open the door. Danny's hurt." I moved to the window and peered out carefully. There they were, Dad and Danny standing on the small porch, looking perfectly normal. Dad was wearing the same hunting clothes he'd put on that morning, and Danny was standing upright, apparently uninjured despite the claim that he was hurt. But something was wrong with the way they stood. Too straight, too still, like soldiers at attention. And Danny wasn't looking at the cabin. His gaze was fixed on some point in the distance, his expression blank and vacant. "What happened out there?" I called through the door, still not moving to unlock it. "We'll explain inside," Dad replied in that same flat tone. "Open the door." "Danny, are you okay?" I asked directly. Danny's head turned toward the sound of my voice, but his movement was too sharp, too quick. Exactly like the motions of those creatures in the forest. When our eyes met through the window, there was no recognition in his gaze, no spark of the friendship we'd shared for 11 years. His eyes were empty, like looking into the windows of an abandoned house. But they were my father and my best friend. Whatever had happened in the woods, whatever had frightened us so badly, they were here now and they were alive. That had to count for something. Slowly, reluctantly, I unlocked the door. Dad and Danny entered the cabin with movements that were subtly wrong in ways I couldn't immediately identify. Dad walked too stiffly, his usual casual stride replaced by something mechanical and precise. Danny moved like he was concentrating on each step, as if walking had become something that required conscious thought rather than instinct. The first thing Dad did was take the shotgun from my hands. "Don't need this now," he said, his voice carrying that same flat quality I'd noticed through the door. There was no warmth in it, no relief at our reunion, no acknowledgement of the terror we'd all experienced in the woods. Danny sat heavily on the small couch, his gaze fixed on the floor. His clothes were dirty and torn, consistent with our panicked flight through the forest, but there were no visible injuries. No cuts, no bruises, nothing to explain why Dad had claimed he was hurt. "What happened after I left?" I asked, settling into the chair across from them. "Those things in the woods, what were they?" Dad began packing our gear with methodical efficiency, folding clothes and organizing equipment as if we were checking out of a hotel. "What things?" he asked without looking up. The question hit me like a physical blow. "The creatures we saw, the small ones collecting stuff from the forest floor. We all saw them through the binoculars." "We didn't see anything," Dad replied, his voice emotionless. "There was a bear. We ran. That's all." I stared at him in disbelief. A bear? That was his explanation for what we'd witnessed. "Dad, that's not what happened. Those things weren't bears. They were... We're leaving now," Dad interrupted, cutting off my protests. He continued packing with the same mechanical precision, never pausing to look at me or acknowledge what I was saying. I turned to Danny, desperate for support, for someone to confirm that I wasn't losing my mind. "Danny, tell him. You saw them too. You looked through the binoculars." Danny finally raised his head to meet my gaze, and what I saw in his eyes made my stomach lurch. There was no recognition there, no memory of our shared experience, no acknowledgement of our lifelong friendship. When he spoke, his voice had the same flat quality as Dad's. "Your father's right," he said slowly, as if each word required effort. "It was just a bear." But even as he said it, I could see his hands trembling slightly, and there was something in his expression. Fear, maybe. Or a desperate plea for me to stop asking questions. His eyes seemed to be trying to communicate something his words couldn't say. The drive home was a nightmare of silence and tension. Dad drove with the same mechanical precision he'd shown while packing, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Danny sat beside me in the back seat, staring out the window at the passing landscape. Every attempt I made at conversation was met with monosyllabic responses or complete silence. When we dropped Danny off at his house, I expected some acknowledgement of our friendship, some promise to talk later about what had really happened. Instead, he got out of the truck without a word, walking toward his front door with that same stiff, unnatural gait. "Danny," I called after him through the window. "I'll call you tomorrow, okay?" He paused at his front door and turned back toward me. For just a moment, his expression seemed to flicker, and I caught a glimpse of something that might have been the real Danny trying to communicate. But then his face went blank again, and he nodded once before disappearing into his house. At home, Mom was waiting in the kitchen with dinner prepared and questions about our hunting trip. Dad's response was brief and emotionless. "Fine." He headed straight for the basement, and I could hear him moving around down there for hours, doing something that involved a lot of heavy lifting and what sounded like construction. That night, lying in my bed and staring at the ceiling, I tried to make sense of what had happened. The rational part of my mind wanted to accept Dad's explanation. Maybe the stress and fear had made us see things that weren't there. Maybe it really had been just a bear, and our imaginations had filled in the terrifying details. But I couldn't shake the memory of those pale, wrong-shaped figures moving through the forest with such purpose. I couldn't forget the way they'd all turned toward us when Danny made noise, or the way they'd begun approaching us with that coordinated predatory movement. And I couldn't ignore the fact that both Dad and Danny had returned fundamentally changed, as if something essential had been removed from them and replaced with a hollow imitation. Danny didn't call the next day, or the day after that. When I finally worked up the courage to call him, his mother answered and said he was sleeping, that he'd been very tired since the hunting trip. The third time I called, she said he wasn't feeling well and couldn't come to the phone. When I saw him at school the following Monday, it was like looking at a stranger wearing Danny's face. Danny's transformation became more apparent with each passing day at school. He moved through the hallways like he was navigating an unfamiliar maze, pausing at intersections and staring at familiar faces as if he couldn't quite remember who they were. Our shared interests, anime, video games, the inside jokes that had sustained our friendship for years, seemed to have been wiped from his memory completely. During lunch, I cornered him at his usual table in the cafeteria. "Dude, we need to talk about what happened in the woods," I said, keeping my voice low. "Something's wrong with you, and something's wrong with my dad." Danny looked at me with those empty eyes, chewing his sandwich with mechanical precision. "Nothing happened in the woods," he said in that same flat tone that had become his default mode of communication. "We saw a bear. We ran. End of story." "Stop lying," I hissed, frustration boiling over. "We've been best friends since we were 5 years old. You can't just pretend that those things we saw weren't real." For just a moment, something flickered across Danny's face, a brief crack in the facade that revealed the terror lurking beneath. His hand started to shake, and he dropped his sandwich onto the table. When he looked at me, I could see the real Danny trapped behind those vacant eyes, struggling to communicate something his mouth couldn't say. "Drop it," he whispered, glancing around the cafeteria as if he expected to see something watching us. For your own good, just drop it. That was the last real conversation we had. Danny started avoiding me after that, taking different routes through the hallways and sitting with different people at lunch. When I tried to approach him, he would walk away without a word. It was like watching my best friend die and be replaced by a hollow shell. A month later, Danny's parents transferred him to a private school across town. They said he needed a fresh start and that the public school environment wasn't right for him anymore. I never saw him again. Things at home deteriorated just as rapidly. Dad spent increasingly long periods in the basement, sometimes disappearing down there for entire days. He installed a heavy padlock on the basement door, and when I asked him about it, he just stared at me with those wrong eyes until I looked away. The sounds from the basement became a constant source of anxiety. I could hear him talking down there, but it sounded like he was having conversations with multiple people. The voices that responded didn't sound quite human. They were too high-pitched, too sharp, like the chirping of birds, but with an underlying intelligence that made my skin crawl. Mom noticed the changes too, though she tried to maintain a facade of normalcy. "Your father's just going through something," she told me one evening as we sat at the dinner table without him. Men his age sometimes have difficulties adjusting to changes in their lives. But I could see the worry in her eyes, the way she glanced nervously toward the basement door whenever those strange sounds drifted upstairs. She'd lost weight, and there were dark circles under her eyes that suggested she wasn't sleeping well. Dad's behavior became increasingly erratic. He stopped going to work, claiming he was taking a leave of absence to focus on important research. When his boss called the house looking for him, Dad would disappear into the basement and refuse to come out until the phone stopped ringing. He began taking long walks at night, leaving the house after we'd gone to bed and returning before dawn. I started staying awake to listen for his return, and the sounds he made coming back were wrong. His footsteps were too light, too quick, and sometimes I could swear I heard other footsteps accompanying his, smaller, quicker steps that didn't sound like they belonged to human feet. In the mornings, I would find evidence of his nocturnal activities. Mud tracked through the kitchen that had an odd, organic smell unlike regular dirt, and small scratches on his arms and face that he couldn't or wouldn't explain. His clothes would be filthy and sometimes torn, as if he'd been crawling through underbrush or digging in the earth. The final straw came on a cold morning in December, 3 months after our hunting trip. I woke to the sound of screaming. I found Mom on the bathroom floor, her body convulsing as some invisible force seemed to be tearing through her nervous system. Dad stood in the doorway watching, his expression utterly blank, as if he were observing a mildly interesting television program, rather than his wife's medical emergency. "Call 911!" I screamed at him as I knelt beside Mom, trying to remember what I'd learned about seizures in health class. But Dad just stood there, motionless, those wrong eyes fixed on Mom's writhing form with what might have been clinical curiosity. I called 911 myself, my hands shaking so badly I could barely dial the numbers. The paramedics arrived within minutes, their professional efficiency a stark contrast to Dad's eerie passivity. They worked on Mom with practiced skill, checking her vital signs and asking questions that Dad answered in monosyllables. "Stroke," one of the paramedics told me as they loaded Mom onto a stretcher. "Severe one. We need to get her to the hospital immediately." I expected Dad to ride in the ambulance or at least follow us to the hospital, but he simply stood in the driveway and watched as we drove away. When I looked back through the rear window, he was still standing there, perfectly still, like a statue of a man rather than a living human being. Mom spent 2 weeks in the ICU, her brain activity monitored by machines that beeped and hummed with mechanical persistence. The doctors said there had been massive damage, that even if she survived, she would likely never be the same. Dad visited exactly once, standing beside her bed for 5 minutes before leaving without a word. She died on a Tuesday morning while I was at school. Dad picked me up from the principal's office, delivered the news in that same flat tone he'd used for everything else, and drove us home in silence. At the funeral, he stood apart from everyone else, showing no emotion as they lowered Mom's casket into the ground. When people tried to offer their condolences, Dad would stare at them with those empty eyes until they became uncomfortable and walked away. Several family friends commented on how different he seemed, how the loss had changed him. If they only knew how right they were. The year and a half that followed were the worst of my life. Living alone with the thing that had replaced my father was like being trapped in a house with a barely functional robot that occasionally remembered it was supposed to pretend to be human. He rarely spoke, rarely ate, and spent almost all his time in that locked basement. Strange packages began arriving at irregular intervals, small boxes wrapped in brown paper with no return address. Dad would take them directly to the basement, and I would hear sounds down there that suggested he was opening them and distributing their contents to something. The organic smell that had always emanated from the basement grew stronger, accompanied by new odors that made me gag when they drifted upstairs. Sometimes I would find tiny footprints in the mud by the back door. Footprints that were roughly human-shaped but wrong in ways that made my brain refuse to process them completely. They were too small to belong to an adult, but they had too many toes, and the proportions were all wrong. Dad's physical transformation accelerated during this period. He lost weight rapidly, his skin taking on that same grayish, translucent quality I'd seen in the creatures in the forest. His movements became even more mechanical and precise, and sometimes I would catch him moving his head with that same sharp, bird-like motion that had terrified me in the woods. I counted down the days until my 18th birthday, with the desperate intensity of a prisoner awaiting parole. I applied to colleges as far from home as possible, eventually choosing a school in California that offered me a partial scholarship. Dad showed no interest in my plans, no emotion when I told him I was leaving. He simply nodded once and returned to whatever he was doing in the basement. On graduation day, Dad didn't attend the ceremony. I walked across the stage to receive my diploma with an empty chair where my father should have been sitting. That night, as I packed my belongings for the move to California, I could hear him in the basement having one of his conversations with those other voices. I left the next morning while he was on one of his nocturnal walks, unable to face another emotionless goodbye. I left a note on the kitchen table explaining that I was starting my new life and didn't know when I'd be back. Looking back at the house as I drove away, I realized I was probably seeing it for the last time. College was a fresh start, a chance to rebuild my life among people who didn't know about my strange family history. I made friends, joined clubs, and slowly began to feel human again. The nightmares came less frequently, and I started to believe that maybe I could leave the past behind. But I couldn't shake the need to know what had happened to Dad, what those things in the forest had been, and why Danny and I had been the only ones to see them. During winter break of my freshman year, I drove back to Michigan to collect the rest of my belongings and hopefully get some answers. The house looked abandoned when I pulled into the driveway. The grass was overgrown, newspapers and mail had piled up on the front porch, and several windows had been broken by storm damage that no one had bothered to repair. The neighbors said they hadn't seen Dad in months. Using my old key, I entered the house that no longer felt like home. The smell hit me immediately. That organic, earthy odor I remembered from the basement, but now it permeated the entire house. The furniture was covered in dust, and there were more of those strange footprints tracked across the floors. Dad's bedroom was completely empty. His clothes, his personal belongings, even his furniture. Everything was gone, as if he had simply evaporated. The only sign that he'd ever lived there was a thin layer of dust in the shape of a bed frame on the hardwood floor. Steeling myself for what I might find, I used the key hanging beside the basement door to unlock it for the first time. The basement was empty too. Completely empty except for a single piece of paper lying in the center of the concrete floor. I picked up the paper with trembling hands. Written in Dad's familiar handwriting were 3 words. They are home. Below that, in a different handwriting, smaller, more angular, like the scratching of claws on paper, was a single line. The cycle continues. That night, staying in a motel near the highway, I called the police to report Dad missing. They filed a report, but as the detective explained, adults have the right to disappear if they want to. They'd investigate if evidence of foul play emerged, but for now, it was just another missing person case in a world full of people who walked away from their lives. I sold the house through a real estate attorney, never setting foot in it again. The buyers were a young couple with 2 small children who were excited about the rustic charm of the property. I wondered if they would notice the strange smells, the odd sounds that came from the basement, the footprints that appeared in the mud after certain kinds of rain. I never returned to my hometown after that. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself searching online for missing person reports from that area of Michigan. There have been several over the years. People who went into those woods and never came out, or who came out changed in ways their families couldn't explain. And sometimes, when the wind is blowing through the trees outside my apartment in California, I can swear I hear the sound of small, quick footsteps moving through the darkness, accompanied by voices that are too high-pitched to be human, but too intelligent to be animal. The hunting trip was supposed to make men out of Danny and me. Instead, it showed us that there are things in this world that are better left undiscovered, creatures that exist in the spaces between what we think we know and what we're capable of understanding. I'm 26 now, graduated from college, working a normal job, living a normal life. But every hunting season, when the leaves begin to turn and the air grows cold, I remember those pale figures moving through the forest with their jerky, purposeful gait. I remember Dad's empty eyes and Danny's terrified silence. And I wonder if somewhere in those Michigan woods, they're still out there, still collecting whatever it was they gathered from the forest floor, still waiting for the next group of hunters to stumble into their territory. The cycle continues, just like the note said. Some nights, when the dreams are particularly vivid, I wake up with the taste of pine needles in my mouth and the smell of that organic, earthy odor filling my nostrils. On those nights, I check all the locks on my doors and windows, and I remind myself that I'm hundreds of miles away from those woods. But I know, deep in my bones, that distance doesn't matter to creatures like that. They're patient, they're organized, and they remember everyone who has seen them. The hunting trip taught me that there are predators in this world far more dangerous than bears or wolves. The real predators walk upright, speak in whispers, and know how to wear the faces of the people we love. And once they've noticed you, once you've stumbled into their territory and witnessed their work, you become part of their collection. Maybe not right away, maybe not for years, but eventually. Eventually, everyone comes home. I was 19 that summer of 2019, staying at my grandparents' old farmhouse outside Azal, Texas, trying to get my head straight after dropping out of college. The weight of disappointing my family pressed down on me like the oppressive August heat, and I needed space to think. That particular afternoon, with the sun hanging low and casting everything in amber light, I decided to take a walk through the woods behind the property. These weren't just any woods to me. I'd been exploring them since I was 7 years old, when my parents first started leaving me here for extended summer visits. Every trail, every fallen log, every clearing was mapped in my memory like the layout of my childhood bedroom. The rusted barbed wire fence that marked the property line, the deer path that meandered toward the creek, the ancient oak with the lightning scar. It was all as familiar as breathing. The farmhouse sat on 43 acres, most of it dense woodland that my grandfather had never bothered to clear. He'd always said the trees were good for keeping the wind down and the soil from washing away during the spring rains. My grandmother used to warn me about going too deep into the woods alone, but she worried about everything. Snakes, wild hogs, getting lost, breaking an ankle in a hidden hole. Normal dangers that any country kid learns to navigate. That day felt different from the moment I stepped off the back porch. The air hung thick and still, unusual for late afternoon when the breeze typically picked up. Even the insects seemed muted, their usual symphony reduced to an occasional chirp or buzz. I chalked it up to the heat. It had been hovering around 98 degrees for 3 straight days, the kind of weather that makes everything sluggish and strange. I followed my usual route, past the old chicken coop that hadn't housed birds in 20 years, around the massive stump where my grandfather used to split firewood, and into the tree line where the path became less defined. My sneakers crunched through the carpet of dead leaves and pine needles, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet. Usually I found the solitude peaceful, but something about the oppressive silence made my skin crawl. About 10 minutes into my walk, I called out, "Mom!" just to break the quiet, even though I knew she was back at the house helping my grandmother with dinner preparations. My voice seemed to get swallowed by the trees, producing no echo, no response from the wildlife. It was as if the sound just died the moment it left my mouth. The unease started then, creeping up my spine like cold fingers. I'd spent hundreds of hours in these woods and never felt anything like this. A sense of being watched, of the very air around me holding its breath. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just on edge from the stress of recent life changes. Dropping out of school, disappointing my parents, having no clear direction for my future, it was enough to make anyone paranoid. But as I continued deeper into the woods, following the familiar path toward the creek, the feeling intensified. The shadows seemed darker than they should have been, stretching in directions that didn't match the sun's position. Every rustle of leaves made me turn my head, expecting to see a squirrel or bird, but finding nothing. The ordinary sounds I'd grown up with, the crack of settling wood, the scurry of small animals through underbrush, now carried an ominous weight. I was about a quarter mile from the house when I heard it the first time. My name, called in what sounded like my mother's voice, but stretched and distorted like a recording played at the wrong speed. It came from somewhere ahead of me, deeper in the woods, which made no sense. My mother had been in the kitchen when I left, and she never ventured this far into the trees. "Mom?" I called back, stopping in the middle of the path. "Is that you? Do you need help?" Silence. Not even the sound of footsteps moving away or toward me. Just that oppressive, unnatural quiet that seemed to press against my eardrums. I stood there for what felt like minutes, scanning the trees ahead, looking for any sign of movement. The logical part of my brain supplied reasonable explanations. Maybe it was a neighbor calling their dog. Maybe the heat was affecting my hearing. Maybe I was more stressed than I realized. But something primal in my gut told me to turn around and head back to the house. I'd learned to trust that instinct during my years exploring these woods. It had kept me from stepping on copperheads, warned me away from unstable ground near the creek, alerted me to the presence of the occasional wild hog. Now it was screaming at me to leave, to get back to safety, to not investigate that voice any further. I should have listened. Instead of heeding my instincts, I took 3 more steps down the path. That's when I heard it again. My name. But this time the voice carried a quality that made my stomach clench. It was my mother's voice, I was certain of that, but wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. Too high in some syllables, too low in others, like someone trying to imitate her speech patterns without quite getting it right. "Where are you?" the voice called. And now I could tell it was coming from behind a cluster of pine trees about 50 yards ahead. "I need to show you something." My mother had never said those words to me before, at least not in that tone. When she needed to show me something, she'd call me into the kitchen or living room, not lure me deeper into the woods with cryptic messages. The wrongness of it hit me like a physical blow, and I felt my heart rate spike. "Mom, where exactly are you?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "This isn't funny." No response, but now I could hear something else. A rustling sound, like someone moving through the underbrush, but moving wrong. Too slow, too deliberate, with pauses that lasted too long between steps. A person walking through woods makes a certain rhythm of sounds. Footfalls, brush being pushed aside, the occasional snap of a twig. This was different. It sounded like something large dragging itself forward, stopping periodically as if listening. I backed up 2 steps, my rational mind warring with a growing sense of panic. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe someone was playing a prank, though that seemed unlikely given our remote location. Maybe there was an injured hiker in the woods who needed help. Maybe my mother really had followed me and was having some kind of medical episode that was affecting her speech. But even as I ran through these possibilities, my body was preparing to run. My muscles tensed, my breathing became shallow, and sweat that had nothing to do with the heat began forming on my forehead. Every survival instinct I possessed was firing at once, flooding my system with adrenaline. The rustling sound grew closer, and with it came something else, a smell. It was faint at first, almost masked by the normal forest sense of decomposing leaves and pine sap. But as it grew stronger, I recognized it as something organic and wrong. Not the clean smell of a healthy animal or person, but something that reminded me of roadkill that had been sitting in the sun too long, or the time a raccoon had died in our attic and we didn't find it for a week. "Come closer," the voice called again, and this time I was certain it wasn't my mother. The pitch was all wrong, and there was an undertone to it that sounded like vocal cords that weren't quite human trying to form human words. "I found something you need to see." I took another step backward, then another. Whatever was in those trees ahead of me, it wasn't my mother, wasn't a neighbor, wasn't any person I'd ever encountered. The rational part of my mind scrambled for explanations. Maybe someone with a severe speech impediment, maybe a recording being played through a speaker, maybe auditory hallucinations brought on by stress and heat. But the smell was getting stronger, and underneath the rustling, I could now hear what sounded like labored breathing. Heavy, wet, with a quality that suggested damaged lungs or throat. It was the kind of breathing you might hear from someone who'd been a heavy smoker for decades, but amplified and distorted. That's when I saw the first glimpse of movement between the trees. Something tall and pale, moving with an unnatural gait that seemed to involve too many joints bending in the wrong directions. It was still partially obscured by the pine branches, but what I could see made my vision blur around the edges with the beginnings of panic. The thing was roughly human-shaped, but wrong in every detail. Too tall, too thin, with skin that looked mottled and damaged, like it had been burned or diseased. What I had initially taken for clothing appeared to be more skin, hanging in loose folds that swayed as it moved. And its proportions were all off. Arms that hung too low, a neck that seemed too long, hands that ended in what looked like darkened, overgrown fingernails. I couldn't move. Every muscle in my body had locked up as my brain struggled to process what I was seeing. The thing emerged further from behind the trees, and I got a clearer view of its face. It was the worst part, vaguely human features arranged in a configuration that sent waves of revulsion through me. The eyes were too large and set too far apart, with no visible whites, just dark pupils that seemed to reflect the fading sunlight like an animal's. The mouth was wrong too, stretched too wide and filled with teeth that were too pointed, too numerous, overlapping each other like they'd grown in without any pattern or purpose. But it was moving toward me with purpose, not shambling randomly like a sick animal. Its gait was deliberate, calculated, and there was an intelligence in those dark eyes that was somehow worse than if it had just been a mindless predator. This thing was thinking, planning, evaluating me as it approached. The smell intensified as it got closer, and I could now identify other components mixed in with the decay. Something metallic like old blood, something chemical like cleaning fluid, and underneath it all, something that reminded me of the smell that clings to your hands after handling raw meat that's just starting to turn. "Don't run," it said in my mother's voice, but now I could see that the words weren't coming from a mouth that could properly form them. The lips moved wrong, the tongue wasn't the right color, and there was a wet, clicking sound accompanying each syllable. "I have something wonderful to show you." My paralysis broke like a snapped cable. I spun around and ran harder than I'd ever run in my life, crashing through branches and underbrush without any concern for the path. Behind me, I could hear it following, but not running, making that same deliberate rustling movement, as if it knew I couldn't escape and saw no need to hurry. The woods seemed to have changed around me. Paths I'd known for years no longer led where they should. Trees I'd climbed as a child appeared to have moved, blocking routes that should have been clear. The shadows had deepened despite the sun still being visible through the canopy, and every direction looked the same, dense, dark, and threatening. I could hear my own panicked breathing, the crash of my footsteps through the undergrowth, the hammering of my heart in my ears. But underneath all of that, I could still hear the thing behind me, moving with that horrible patience, occasionally calling my name in voices that belonged to people I knew, but twisted into something obscene. My grandmother's voice. "Where are you going, sweetie?" My grandfather's voice. "Come back here, boy." My father's voice. "Don't make me come find you." Each one perfect in tone and inflection, but wrong in context and timing, like someone had recorded conversations and was playing them back at inappropriate moments. The thing was learning the voices of my family, collecting them somehow, and using them against me. I stumbled over a root and went down hard, scraping my palms and knees on the rough ground. As I scrambled to get back up, I risked a glance over my shoulder. The thing was maybe 30 yards behind me, moving through the trees with an ease that suggested it knew these woods better than I did. It wasn't hurrying because it didn't need to. I was running blind through terrain it had mapped out long before I arrived. When I looked at it directly, more details became horribly clear. Its skin wasn't just pale and damaged, it was covered in what looked like surgical scars, precise lines that crisscrossed its torso and limbs like a medical diagram. Some of the scars were old and healed, while others appeared fresh, still seeping a dark fluid that stained the loose folds of skin around them. Its hair was sparse and grew in irregular patches, some areas completely bald, while others had long, stringy strands that moved independent of any breeze. And its hands. God, its hands were the worst part. The fingers were too long and ended in what I had initially mistaken for overgrown nails, but now realized were something else entirely. They looked surgical, metallic, like instruments that had been grafted onto human bones. I forced myself to look away and concentrate on running, but the image was burned into my mind. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't natural. It looked like something that had been constructed, assembled from parts that were never meant to go together. The surgical scars suggested someone had been experimenting, modifying, improving on some basic design in ways that violated every law of biology and decency. The thought that a human being might have created this thing was almost worse than believing it was some unknown species. At least a monster born from nature might have some comprehensible motivation: hunger, territory, reproduction. But something made by human hands implied a purpose that was purely malevolent, created for the sake of causing suffering. I reached a small clearing I recognized and oriented myself toward the house. I was still about half a mile away, but I could run that distance if I could just maintain my pace and avoid falling again. The thing behind me had fallen silent, which was somehow worse than hearing it move. At least when I could track its position, I knew where the threat was coming from. The silence stretched on as I ran, broken only by my own labored breathing and the sound of my feet hitting the ground. I began to hope that maybe I'd lost it, that maybe it had given up the chase and returned to whatever hole it had crawled out of. But just as I was starting to feel a glimmer of relief, I heard my own voice calling out from somewhere ahead of me. "Help me! Someone help me!" It was my voice, perfect in every detail, coming from the direction I was running. The thing had somehow gotten ahead of me, and now it was using my own voice to try to lure my family into the woods. The thought of my grandmother or grandfather hearing what they thought was me calling for help and venturing into these trees made my stomach lurch with panic. I veered to the right, abandoning the direct path home in favor of a longer route that would keep me away from wherever the thing was positioned. But as soon as I changed direction, I heard my voice again, this time from my new heading. I'm hurt. I can't walk. Please help me. It was moving with me, staying ahead of my position, using my voice to create an expanding perimeter of false distress calls. And they were convincing. If I hadn't known better, I would have believed someone was genuinely in trouble. The thing had somehow learned not just the sound of my voice, but the emotional patterns, the way I would actually sound if I were injured and scared. I stopped running and tried to think. The thing was faster than me and knew the woods better than I did. It could apparently move silently when it wanted to, and it was intelligent enough to use psychological warfare. Running blindly wasn't going to work. I needed a strategy. The farmhouse had several outbuildings, a barn, a tool shed, an old root cellar that my grandfather had dug in the 1960s. If I could reach one of them, I might be able to hide until someone came looking for me, or at least put a solid barrier between myself and whatever was hunting me. I chose the barn as my destination. It was sturdy, had multiple exit points, and contained tools that could potentially be used as weapons. More importantly, it was visible from the house, so if the thing followed me there, my family would be more likely to notice something was wrong. I started moving again, but more carefully this time, trying to stay quiet and avoid the obvious paths. The thing seemed to have anticipated this strategy, because I could hear my voice calling out from multiple directions now, creating a chorus of false distress calls that would confuse anyone trying to locate the real me. I'm lost. I can't find my way back. Something bit me. I think it was a snake. I fell in the creek. The current is too strong. Each call was perfectly crafted to inspire immediate action from anyone who heard it. My grandmother would come running with the first aid kit. My grandfather would grab his shotgun and his flashlight. My mother would call 911. The thing was trying to draw them all into the woods, where it could do to them whatever it had planned for me. I had to get to the house and warn them before they heard these calls and came looking for me. But every time I tried to move toward home, the voices would shift to block my path, always staying just ahead of me, always calling out in that perfect imitation of my distressed voice. After 20 minutes of this deadly game of cat and mouse, I finally saw the barn through the trees. It looked exactly the same as it had that morning. Weathered red wood, rusted tin roof, the big sliding door slightly ajar the way my grandfather always left it. Normal. Safe. A refuge from the nightmare that was pursuing me through the woods. I sprinted the last 100 yards, burst through the gap in the sliding door, and immediately started looking for something to bar it shut. The barn was filled with the usual collection of farm equipment, old furniture, and decades of accumulated junk that my grandfather couldn't bring himself to throw away. I grabbed a heavy workbench and dragged it in front of the door, then piled several bags of feed on top of it for extra weight. Only then did I allow myself to stop and catch my breath. The barn smelled like hay and motor oil and old wood, normal smells that helped ground me in reality after the horror in the woods. I could see the house through the window, warm light spilling from the kitchen where my family was probably wondering where I'd gone for so long. I needed to get to them and warn them about the voices they might hear. But I also needed a weapon in case the thing followed me. I looked around the barn and found my grandfather's old deer rifle hanging on the wall. I'd used it before during hunting season, so I knew how to load and fire it. There was a box of ammunition on the shelf below it. As I loaded the rifle, I tried to make sense of what I'd encountered. The thing in the woods wasn't like anything I'd ever heard of, even in the wildest urban legends or horror stories. It was too sophisticated, too purposeful, too obviously artificial. Someone had made it, which meant someone knew it existed, knew what it was capable of. But who? And why? And why here in these particular woods that I'd considered safe for so many years? I was still puzzling over these questions when I heard a sound that made my blood freeze, my own voice, calling out from just outside the barn. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm in the barn. Something's wrong with my leg." The voice was coming from the other side of the sliding door, maybe 10 feet away. The thing had followed me here, and now it was trying to lure my family into a trap. I could see the house through the window, could see movement in the kitchen, could imagine my grandfather reaching for his coat and flashlight to come help his injured grandson. I had to warn them, but I couldn't leave the barn without encountering the thing directly. And I couldn't call out to the house because my voice would be indistinguishable from the fake calls the thing was making. "I think I broke something," my voice called out again. "It really hurts. Can someone come help me?" The performance was flawless. If I didn't know better, I would have believed it myself. The thing had somehow learned not just my voice, but my speech patterns, my vocabulary, even the way I would phrase a request for help. It was like listening to a recording of myself that I didn't remember making. Through the window, I saw the kitchen light go out and the back porch light come on. Someone was coming. I had to do something. I moved to the window and started waving frantically, trying to signal that something was wrong. But the person coming out of the house, it looked like my grandfather, was heading toward the sound of the voice, not looking in my direction. "Grandpa," I shouted through the glass. "Don't come out here, it's not me." But the window was old and thick, and I don't think he heard me clearly. He kept walking toward the barn, his flashlight beam sweeping back and forth across the ground. The false calls continued, guiding him closer to whatever trap the thing had prepared. I had to make a choice. I could stay hidden in the barn and hope my grandfather would figure out something was wrong before it was too late. Or I could go out there and face the thing directly, maybe buy my grandfather time to get back to the house safely. I chose the latter. I checked the rifle one more time, made sure the safety was off, and moved toward the door. If the thing wanted me, it could have me. But it wasn't going to get my family. I moved the workbench aside as quietly as possible and slipped out through the gap in the door. The thing was standing about 20 feet away, positioned between me and my grandfather, who was still approaching with his flashlight. In the artificial light, the thing looked even more grotesque than it had in the woods. Its skin had a waxy, translucent quality that revealed dark veins underneath. The surgical scars I'd noticed before were more extensive than I'd realized, covering almost every inch of its body in precise, geometric patterns. It stood perfectly still, like a mannequin, but its head was turned toward my grandfather, tracking his approach. "I'm over here," I shouted, raising the rifle. "Grandpa, get back to the house, now!" My grandfather's flashlight beam swung toward me, and I saw his face change as he realized there were two of us, one calling from near the woods, one holding a gun by the barn. The confusion lasted only a second before his expression shifted to understanding and alarm. "Get inside," I yelled again. "Call the police." The thing turned toward me and I got my first clear look at its face in artificial light. It was worse than I'd imagined. The features were human enough to be recognizable, but wrong enough to trigger every revulsion response in my brain. The eyes weren't just large and dark. They were compound like an insect's, made up of hundreds of smaller lenses that reflected the flashlight beam. The mouth was filled with what I'd thought were too many teeth, but now I could see they weren't teeth at all. They were needles. Thin metal spikes arranged in concentric circles like the inside of some nightmare machine. "You found me," it said in my voice. But now I could see how it was making the sound. Its throat distended and contracted like a bellows, forcing air through chambers that weren't designed for human speech. The mouth moved randomly, unconnected to the words being produced. "I've been waiting for you." I fired the rifle. The bullet caught its center mass, spinning it around and spraying dark fluid across the ground. But instead of falling, it straightened up and looked down at the wound with what I can only describe as mild interest. The hole in its chest was already beginning to close, the edges pulling together like the thing was made of some self-repairing material. "That stung," it said, still using my voice. The mouth had stopped moving entirely now, but the words kept coming, emanating from somewhere inside its torso. "Do it again." I fired twice more, both shots hitting center mass. The thing staggered, but didn't fall. The wounds sealed themselves within seconds, leaving only dark stains on its mottled skin. Whatever it was made of, conventional weapons weren't going to stop it. Behind me, I could hear my grandfather shouting into his phone, calling 911, describing an intruder on the property. But what was he going to tell them? That his grandson was being threatened by something that looked like a medical experiment gone wrong? That bullets passed through it without effect? That it could perfectly mimic human voices? The thing started walking toward me, moving with that same deliberate, patient gait I'd seen in the woods. Each step was measured, calculated, like it was in no hurry because it knew the outcome was inevitable. "You can't hurt me," it said in my grandmother's voice now. "But I can hurt you. I can hurt all of you." I backed toward the barn, keeping the rifle raised even though I knew it was useless. The thing followed, closing the distance between us with each step. Behind it, I could see my grandfather running back toward the house, his flashlight beam bouncing wildly as he moved. "What do you want?" I asked, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. "I want to play," it replied in a child's voice I didn't recognize. "I want to learn. I want to practice." Practice what? Being human. Now it was using my father's voice. It's harder than it looks. So many small details to get right. The way you move your mouth when you talk. The way your eyes track movement. The way you breathe when you're afraid. As it spoke, I noticed its movements were becoming more fluid, more natural. It was learning from watching me, adapting its behavior in real time. The awkward, mechanical gait was smoothing out into something that could almost pass for human from a distance. "I've been practicing for a long time," it continued, cycling through voices I recognized: my mother, my grandfather, my high school teacher, friends from college. "But I've never had such good subjects to study. Your family is very expressive, very emotional, very easy to read." The implication hit me like a physical blow. This thing had been watching us, studying us, learning our voices and mannerisms. For how long? Days, weeks, years? "How long have you been here?" I asked. "Long enough," it said in my grandmother's voice. "Long enough to know all your routines, all your habits, all your fear." It was close enough now that I could smell it clearly. That mixture of decay and chemicals and something else. Something surgical and sterile. Close enough to see that its skin wasn't just scarred, but tattooed with symbols I didn't recognize. Geometric patterns that seemed to shift and move when I wasn't looking directly at them. "What are you?" I whispered, though part of me didn't want to know the answer. The thing paused its advance and tilted its head, considering the question. When it spoke again, it used a voice I didn't recognize. Flat, electronic, like a computer trying to simulate human speech. "I am an experiment," it said. "A prototype, a proof of concept." "For what?" "Replacement, infiltration, improvement." The voice remained mechanical, emotionless. "Humans are flawed, inefficient, prone to error and emotion and weakness. I am designed to be better." "Who made you?" "People who understand that evolution is too slow, that waiting for natural selection to improve the species is wasteful. People who have the vision and the resources to accelerate the process." As it spoke, I could hear sirens in the distance, getting closer. My grandfather's call to 911 had worked. But what were the police going to do against something that could heal from gunshot wounds? "The first prototypes were crude," the thing continued, seemingly unconcerned about the approaching sirens. "Barely functional. But each iteration improved. Better healing, better mimicry, better adaptation." "How many of you are there?" "Enough. We are placed in rural communities for field testing, to study human behavior in controlled environments, to perfect our disguises before deployment in larger population centers." The casual way it described this made my stomach turn. We weren't people to this thing. We were test subjects, lab rats being studied in a maze. And there were others like it, scattered in small towns and rural areas across the country, learning to be human so they could eventually replace us. What happens when you perfect the disguise? Integration. Replacement. The inefficient models are retired. Retired. Eliminated. The sirens were getting closer, maybe a mile away now. I could see flashing lights through the trees. But the thing showed no sign of concern, no indication that it planned to flee or hide. You're not afraid of the police? Why would I be? They will see what I want them to see, hear what I want them to hear. They have no protocols for dealing with something like me. It was right, and we both knew it. What were small-town police officers going to make of this situation? Even if they believed my grandfather's story, even if they saw the thing clearly, they had no training or equipment for dealing with something that could survive multiple gunshot wounds and perfectly mimic human voices. Besides, the thing added, its voice shifting back to my own, I have learned everything I need from this community. My mission here is complete. Mission: data collection, behavioral analysis, infiltration testing. I have successfully integrated into your social structure, learned your communication patterns, and identified the optimal methods for replacement. My mind raced, trying to understand what it was telling me. Had this thing been living among us, replacing people? How many of our neighbors, our friends, our family members were actually these prototypes? Who have you replaced? I asked. The thing smiled, and for the first time, the expression looked genuinely human. That was the most terrifying thing yet. Not its monstrous appearance, but the moment when it looked almost normal. No one yet, it said. But I have identified the optimal targets. People who live alone. People who have minimal social connections. People whose disappearance would take time to notice. It gestured toward the approaching police cars. Like rural police officers who patrol alone at night. The implication hit me like a sledgehammer. This thing wasn't planning to run from the police. It was planning to add them to its collection of voices and identities. It would study them, learn their mannerisms, and then replace them. And who would question a police officer who started acting slightly differently? Who would suspect that their local law enforcement had been replaced by something designed to infiltrate and eliminate human communities? You can't stop this, the thing said, reading my expression. This is just the beginning. We are everywhere now. In your schools, your hospitals, your government buildings. Learning, adapting, preparing. The police cars pulled into the driveway, their headlights illuminating the space between the barn and the house. I could see officers getting out, drawing their weapons, calling for backup. Standard procedure for a reported home invasion. The thing looked at them with interest, like a scientist observing a new species of insect. Then it did something that made my knees weak with terror. It changed. Its appearance shifted like water, the monstrous features smoothing out, the surgical scars fading, the unnaturally pale skin darkening to a normal human tone. Within seconds, it looked like a perfectly ordinary person, someone you might pass on the street without a second glance. Thank you for the demonstration, it said in a voice I didn't recognize, but that sounded completely human. Your fear responses were very instructive. The police found me standing by the barn holding an empty rifle, staring at a man in his 30s who claimed to be a lost hiker. He explained that he'd been calling for help for hours, that he'd gotten turned around in the woods and was trying to find his way back to the main road. He was articulate, calm, and completely convincing. I tried to tell them what had really happened, but my story sounded insane even to me. A shape-shifting monster that could mimic voices? Surgical scars that healed instantly? A conspiracy to replace human beings with artificial duplicates? The officers looked at me with the mixture of concern and skepticism that cops reserve for people having mental health crises. The hiker was sympathetic and understanding. He suggested that I might have been startled by his calls for help and let my imagination run wild in the darkness. He even volunteered to come back another time to make a formal statement. to make sure there were no hard feelings about the misunderstanding. My grandfather backed up my story as best he could, but he'd only seen the end of the encounter, and in the poor lighting, he couldn't be certain of the details. The police took our statements, walked the property with flashlights, and found nothing out of the ordinary. No physical evidence of the creature I'd described. No blood where I'd shot it. No signs of a struggle. The hiker left with them, riding in the back of a patrol car to town where he claimed his vehicle was parked. I watched through the window as the car drove away, and I could swear that in the brief moment before the interior light went out, I saw him looking back at the house with those two large, too dark eyes. That was 3 years ago. I moved away from Texas shortly after, claiming I needed to finish my education. I never went back to my grandparents' farm. I couldn't sleep in those woods again, couldn't walk those familiar paths without wondering what was watching me from the shadows. But leaving didn't help. No matter where I go, I find myself studying faces in crowds, listening for voices that sound just slightly wrong, watching for people who move or speak or behave in ways that seem almost but not quite human. I've learned to recognize the signs, the too perfect posture, the eyes that track movement like cameras, the subtle delays in emotional responses. They're everywhere now, just like the thing told me they would be. Teachers who never seem to age or get sick. Police officers who patrol the same routes with mechanical precision. Store clerks who remember every customer's purchase history but never engage in spontaneous conversation. They're good at their disguises now, but not perfect. Not yet. I've tried to tell people what I know, but who would believe it? Who would take seriously a story about artificial beings designed to replace humanity? Even I sometimes wonder if I've lost my mind. If the stress of that night broke something in my brain that causes me to see threats where none exist. But then I'll catch someone staring at me too intently, or I'll hear a voice that's too perfect, too practiced, and I'll know that I'm not crazy. I'll know that somewhere in a laboratory, scientists are still working to perfect their prototypes. I'll know that the thing in the woods was telling the truth about what was coming. The worst part is the waiting. Knowing that one day, one of them will complete its mission successfully. Knowing that the people I care about, my family, my friends, my neighbors, might already be gone, replaced by things that wear their faces and speak in their voices, while something fundamentally human has been lost forever. I still live with the fear that I brought to their attention that night, that by encountering one of their prototypes, by surviving long enough to understand what it was, I marked myself as a threat that needs to be eliminated. I change apartments frequently, vary my routines, avoid forming close relationships with anyone who might be used against me. But I also live with the knowledge that I might be the only person who knows the truth about what's happening to our species. The only one who saw behind the mask and lived to tell about it. The only one who can warn others about what's coming, even if no one wants to listen. Sometimes I wonder if that was part of their plan all along. To let me escape. To let me spread a story so outrageous that anyone who hears it will dismiss it as the ravings of a paranoid mind. What better way to discredit the truth than to make it sound like a conspiracy theory? But I keep telling the story anyway, to anyone who will listen. Because somewhere out there, in small towns and rural communities across the country, other people might be having encounters like mine. Other people might be seeing things that don't quite fit, hearing voices that sound almost but not quite right, sensing that something fundamental about their world has changed. And maybe, if enough of us speak up, if enough of us pay attention, we can figure out how to fight back before it's too late, before the replacement process is complete, before the last truly human voice is silenced forever, leaving only perfect mimics speaking words they learned from studying our fear. The thing in the woods was right about one thing. This is just the beginning. But it was wrong about another thing. We can stop this. We have to stop this. Because the alternative is a world where humanity exists only as a collection of behavioral patterns, copied and reproduced by things that understand our mannerisms, but not our souls. I've spent 3 years looking over my shoulder, 3 years jumping at shadows, 3 years wondering if today will be the day they come to finish what they started in those Texas woods. But I've also spent 3 years learning, preparing, watching for signs of their presence in the world around me. And now I'm ready to fight back. Because whatever they are, wherever they came from, however they were made, they made one critical error in their design. They can copy our voices, mimic our movements, replicate our social behaviors. But they can't reproduce the one thing that makes us truly human: our willingness to sacrifice everything to protect the people we love. That's a lesson they're going to learn the hard way. The trail disappeared 3 miles back. What remained was a faint game path winding through towering ponderosa pines, their bark glowing amber in the late afternoon sun. My boots crunched over a carpet of pine needles as I checked my GPS again. The Navajo National Forest stretched for miles in every direction, and according to my waypoints, I was still on track for the remote alpine lake where I planned to camp for the next 5 nights. I'd chosen this particular section of the Chuska Mountains specifically for its isolation. After 15 years of desk work at the same accounting firm in Phoenix, I needed something real, something visceral to shock my system back to life. The rangers at the visitor center had strongly advised against solo hiking in this region, especially off-trail. People get turned around real easy up there, the older ranger had warned, his weathered face creasing with concern. And we've had unusual wildlife activity this season. When pressed, he explained that several hikers had reported being stalked by what they thought was a large predator. Maybe a mountain lion, maybe something else. Locals don't go up there after dark, he'd added in a lower voice. Not since the incidents. I should have listened. The late July heat was oppressive, even at 9,000 feet. My pack dug into my shoulders, 35 pounds of gear shifting with each step. According to my map, the lake sat in a small valley just below the tree line, nestled between 2 jagged peaks. I'd been hiking for nearly 7 hours, and my legs were beginning to protest. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the forest shadows lengthened and merged. I needed to find a suitable camping spot before darkness fell completely. The trail, if you could still call it that, ascended steeply through a dense section of forest. The trees here grew closer together, their branches interlocking overhead like gnarled fingers. I froze at a sharp crack behind me, the unmistakable sound of a branch breaking underfoot. Turning slowly, I scanned the forest but saw nothing except shadows and trees. Probably just a deer, I reasoned, though my heart rate had doubled in an instant. 20 minutes later, I reached a small clearing that seemed suitable for camping. A flat area about 30 feet in diameter, ringed by sturdy pines with good visibility in all directions. I shrugged off my pack and began setting up my tent, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The feeling of being watched was impossible to shake. As I hammered the last tent stake into the rocky soil, I noticed something odd. An unusual silence had fallen over the forest. No bird calls, no rustling leaves, no distant animal sounds. Just stillness and the pounding of my own heart. Anyone who spends time in the wilderness knows this silence is often a warning. I quickly gathered firewood, building a robust campfire as the last light faded from the sky. The flames provided both warmth and psychological comfort as full darkness enveloped the mountain. Stars appeared overhead in dazzling clusters, the Milky Way a brilliant smear across the black canvas of night. While preparing my freeze-dried meal, I heard it again. The crack of a branch, this time closer to camp. I grabbed my headlamp, sweeping its beam through the trees surrounding the clearing. The light caught something at the forest's edge, 2 pinpoints of reflection about 6 feet off the ground. Eyes. They blinked once and vanished. I grabbed my hunting knife, the only weapon I'd brought, and stood motionless by the fire. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding pathetically small in the vast darkness. "Is someone there?" No response came except the crackling of my campfire. I convinced myself it must have been a deer or elk, though something about those eyes, their height from the ground, their spacing, suggested otherwise. That night, I slept fitfully inside my tent, waking at every sound. Around 3 a.m., I jolted awake to a noise I couldn't immediately identify. Something between a whistle and a moan, carrying through the mountain air from some indeterminate distance. It rose and fell in pitch, almost like speech but not quite human. The most disturbing aspect wasn't the sound itself, but what happened next. Responses came from different directions, similar vocalizations answering the first call. They continued for nearly 5 minutes before silence returned. I lay awake until dawn, knife clutched in my hand, questioning my decision to seek solitude in these mountains. Morning arrived with merciful sunlight and birdsong. The forest seemed ordinary again, the nocturnal anxieties fading with the darkness. I emerged from my tent stiff and exhausted, determined to continue to the lake as planned. Rational explanations existed for everything I'd experienced. Mountain lions were known to make unusual vocalizations, and many animals hunted at night. After a quick breakfast of instant coffee and oatmeal, I broke camp and shouldered my pack. That's when I noticed them. Tracks in the soft soil at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by fallen pine needles. They resembled canine prints but were far too large, nearly 5 inches across, and the stride length suggested something with legs much longer than any wolf or coyote. More unsettling was their pattern. They circled my entire campsite in a deliberate manner, as if whatever made them had been pacing around my tent while I slept. I photographed the prints with my phone, then continued toward the lake, pushing the pace faster than planned. The trail grew steeper, winding through boulder fields and stands of aspen. By midday, I reached a high ridge that offered the first view of my destination, a pristine alpine lake, its surface a perfect mirror reflecting the surrounding peaks. The sight momentarily erased my uneasiness. I took several photos and began descending toward the shoreline, reaching it an hour later. The lake occupied a natural bowl in the mountains, surrounded by steep slopes on 3 sides. The only approach was the way I'd come, through the forest below. I found an ideal camping spot beneath a stand of white pines, about 30 yards from the water's edge. With several hours of daylight remaining, I established camp, gathered firewood, and filtered water from the lake. This location felt safer, more open, with better visibility, and the reassuring presence of water. While setting up my tent, I discovered something lodged in the side pocket of my backpack, a small bundle of twigs bound together with what looked like strands of hair. I hadn't placed it there. It resembled the witches' ladders I'd seen in a documentary about folklore, supposed protective charms used by various cultures. Someone must have slipped it into my pack at the visitor center or trailhead as a prank. I tossed it into the lake and watched it float away. That afternoon, I hiked the perimeter of the lake, taking photographs and enjoying the alpine scenery. On the far side, partially hidden behind a fallen tree, I discovered the remnants of a previous campsite, an old fire ring containing charred bones and a torn piece of fabric that might once have been part of a tent or sleeping bag. More disturbing was what I found scratched into a nearby tree trunk, a crude symbol resembling a stick figure with an elongated head or perhaps antlers. Below it, someone had carved the words, "They come at night." I dismissed it as the work of teenagers or bored hikers trying to scare others. Nevertheless, I returned to my camp earlier than planned and built a larger fire than necessary. As sunset approached, I noticed dark clouds building over the western peaks. A summer storm was rolling in, bringing with it gusting winds that bent the treetops and rippled the lake's surface. Perfect timing, just what I needed to compound the growing sense of isolation. I secured my tent with additional stakes and gathered extra firewood, hoping to maintain a fire through the night despite the approaching rain. The first distant rumble of thunder came as dusk gathered, followed by flashes of lightning illuminating the cloud base. While organizing gear inside my tent, I discovered my satellite phone was missing. I distinctly remembered packing it in the top compartment of my backpack, but it was gone. Without it, I had no way to contact the outside world. My regular cell phone showed no service as expected in this remote location. The storm arrived with startling intensity. Sheets of rain hammering the tent while lightning strikes cracked across the sky. My fire hissed and died despite my efforts to shield it. With darkness came that same unnatural silence I'd noticed the previous night, even amid the storm's fury. Between thunderclaps, I heard something moving outside. Heavy footsteps circling my tent, too deliberate to be an animal seeking shelter. I called out, thinking another hiker might have been caught in the storm, but received no answer. The footsteps stopped directly outside my tent door. I held my breath, knife ready, as a shadow fell across the tent wall. The silhouette of something roughly human-shaped but wrong somehow, too tall and oddly proportioned. Lightning flashed, and I glimpsed its distorted outline through the tent fabric, standing upright but hunched, with what appeared to be an elongated head. When the next lightning bolt struck, the shadow was gone. I spent that night huddled in my sleeping bag, jumping at every sound, convincing myself that lack of sleep and the storm were causing me to imagine things. Yet when morning came and I finally dozed off from exhaustion, I dreamed of being watched by something ancient and patient, something that knew these mountains long before humans arrived. The storm cleared overnight, leaving a brilliant blue sky and freshly washed landscape. I emerged from my tent intending to photograph the lake at dawn, only to find my camera lens smashed. The protective case cracked open as if stepped on, though I was certain I'd stored it safely inside my tent vestibule. More alarming were the tracks, the same oversized canine prints from before, but now they led directly to and from my tent. Interspersed among them were others that appeared almost human, but with elongated toe marks and unusual depth distribution suggesting an unnatural gait. I couldn't rationalize this away. Something, or someone, had been at my campsite during the night. If this was a prank by other hikers, it had gone too far. If not, I pushed that thought aside. Without my satellite phone, I had limited options. I could hike out immediately, but that meant traveling through the dense forest where I'd heard those strange calls. The alternative was to continue with my planned exploration of the alpine ridges above the lake, hoping to find either cell service or another group of hikers. I chose the ridgeline, reasoning that higher ground offered better visibility and potential communication. I packed essential gear into my day pack, hiding my main backpack and tent beneath pine branches. The idea of leaving my shelter behind was unsettling, but I needed mobility. The climb was steeper than anticipated. What looked like a moderate slope from the lake revealed itself to be a challenging ascent requiring both hiking and scrambling techniques. By midday, I reached the ridge, nearly 11,000 feet above sea level. The view was spectacular, mountains extending to the horizon in all directions, no signs of human development visible anywhere. My cell phone remained without service. The ridge continued for several miles, connecting two higher peaks. I followed it eastward, hoping the higher elevation might offer connectivity. The terrain was exposed, with little vegetation beyond hardy alpine grasses and occasional stunted pines twisted by constant wind. Around 2 p.m., I discovered something unexpected. A small stone structure resembling a shepherd's hut built into the lee side of a rock outcropping. Its walls were constructed of flat stone stacked without mortar, topped by a partially collapsed roof of timber and more stone. The doorway gaped open, revealing a dark interior. Curiosity overcame caution. I approached the structure, calling out to announce my presence. When no response came, I peered inside. The hut contained a crude sleeping platform, an old fire pit, and surprisingly, recent evidence of occupation, a modern backpacking stove and torn sleeping bag. Written on the interior wall in what appeared to be charcoal were dozens of tally marks, and a date from just 3 weeks earlier. Below these, in hurried handwriting, "It mimics voices. Don't trust what you hear." I backed out of the hut, suddenly aware of how exposed I was on the ridge. The sun had passed its zenith, and shadows were lengthening across the mountainside. I needed to return to the lake before dusk. Halfway down the slope, I heard someone calling my name. The voice was distant but clear, coming from the direction of my campsite. It called again, using my full name, information no one in this wilderness should know. I froze, remembering the warning in the hut. The voice called a third time, now tinged with distress, pleading for help. It sounded exactly like my brother, who lived 2,000 miles away in Boston. I continued downward, moving as quietly as possible, taking cover behind rocks and vegetation. As the lake came into view, I scanned the shoreline for any sign of movement. My campsite appeared undisturbed, but something dark floated in the center of the lake. Using my binoculars, I identified my backpack, the one I'd hidden at camp, now somehow in the middle of the lake. Even from this distance, I could see it had been torn open, its contents scattered across the water's surface. The voice called again, now from the forest behind my camp. Then another voice joined it. My mother's voice, though she had passed away 3 years earlier. I remained hidden until sunset, watching my campsite from the hillside, seeing nothing move. When darkness began to fall, I faced a terrible choice. Return to camp and face whatever waited there, or spend the night exposed on the mountainside without shelter or adequate warmth. The temperature was already dropping rapidly. Without proper gear, hypothermia was a real risk at this elevation. I had no choice but to retrieve my tent. As I approached the campsite in the fading light, I immediately saw that something was wrong. My tent remained where I'd left it, but the vestibule flap hung open, and the entrance had been torn, not cut, but ripped open with considerable force. Inside, my sleeping bag and remaining gear had been scattered. Deep scratches marked the tent floor, and a pungent, musky odor permeated everything, like wet dog combined with something rotten. I worked quickly, grabbing essential items and stuffing them into my day pack. Night had nearly fallen completely when I heard movement in the forest, branches breaking under heavy weight, coming toward camp from multiple directions. I abandoned the tent and ran for the lakeshore, hoping water might offer some protection. Behind me, something large crashed through the underbrush. I spent that night perched in a tree. After fleeing my destroyed campsite, I'd circled the lake to its eastern shore, climbing a sturdy pine with low branches that offered relatively secure footing. From 20 feet up, I watched as multiple shadows moved through my former campsite, occasionally illuminated by the rising moon. They were roughly humanoid, but moved with an unnatural fluidity, sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes on 4. I counted at least 3 distinct figures, communicating with those same eerie calls I'd heard the first night. One stood upright and seemed to be sniffing the air, turning its head methodically as if scanning for my scent. I remained motionless, controlling my breathing, despite the cold that seeped into my limbs as the night progressed. The figures eventually dispersed into the surrounding forest, but I dared not descend until daylight. Dawn revealed a transformed landscape. Overnight fog had settled over the lake, reducing visibility to mere yards. I climbed down cautiously, muscles stiff from cold and inactivity. My priority was to find the trail back to civilization, but the fog made orientation difficult. I consulted my map and compass, establishing that the trailhead lay approximately 15 miles southeast. Even pushing hard, that meant at least one more night in the wilderness. Without my tent or sleeping bag, I'd need to find or create emergency shelter. The fog began to lift as I hiked along the lakeshore, revealing destruction at my campsite far worse than I'd initially thought. My tent had been shredded, its aluminum poles bent and twisted. Gear lay scattered in a 50-foot radius, much of it damaged beyond use. Most disturbing was a discovery near where my tent had stood. A small cairn of stones had been erected, topped with what appeared to be a deer skull. Fresh blood darkened the bone, dripping down to stain the rocks beneath. I photographed everything, then salvaged what remained useful. My water filter, first aid kit, some food, and my knife. My emergency fire starter was missing, as was my spare clothing. The trail back was overgrown but followable, descending steeply through the forest. I made good progress, despite frequent stops to listen for pursuit. By midday, I'd covered nearly 5 miles without incident, my confidence gradually returning with the sunshine and physical exertion. That confidence evaporated when I rounded a bend to find a fresh deer carcass in the middle of the trail. The animal had been killed recently, within hours, and displayed in a deliberate manner. Its body was intact, but positioned upright, balanced on its chest with legs splayed outward. The head was missing. I detoured widely around it, pushing through dense underbrush, rather than passing near the grisly marker. Whatever had killed the deer was sending a message. This was its territory, and I was an intruder. As afternoon waned, I located a suitable defensive position, a rock overhang creating a natural shelter, with a sheer cliff at my back and good visibility of the approaching slope. I gathered firewood and constructed a barrier of dead branches across the open side of my shelter. That's when I noticed the carvings. The rock face behind me bore dozens of petroglyphs, ancient images scratched into the stone surface. Most depicted stick figures of humans and animals, but one dominated the center. A tall, emaciated figure with an elongated head or headdress and disproportionately long limbs. Smaller human figures surrounded it in postures suggesting worship or fear. A modern addition had been carved below these ancient images, a crude rendering of the same symbol I'd seen by the lake, accompanied by a single word: Skinwalker. I'd heard stories about these beings from Native American mythology, humans who could transform into animals, malevolent shapeshifters that preyed on travelers. Rational thought insisted these were just legends embodying wilderness fears, but rational thought felt increasingly inadequate against my experiences. As sunset approached, I built the largest fire I could manage, creating a barrier of flames across the shelter's opening. I positioned rocks to reflect heat inward and gathered enough wood to last the night. Darkness fell with unnatural speed, as if the sun had been swallowed rather than set. My fire cast dancing shadows across the rock walls, making the ancient petroglyphs seem to move and shift. The moon rose, nearly full, bathing the forest below in silver light. From my elevated position, I could see much of the sloping terrain I'd traversed that day. Nothing moved within my line of sight, yet the feeling of being observed intensified with each passing hour. Around midnight, the calls began again. Those same not-quite-human vocalizations, now coming from multiple directions and clearly coordinated. One would sound, then another would answer from a different location, gradually moving closer to my position. I maintained the fire, knife in hand, watching the forest edge visible from my shelter. The moonlight created a patchwork of light and dark, perfect concealment for anything that knew how to use shadows. At approximately 1 a.m., I saw it clearly for the first time. A figure emerged from the tree line about 50 yards downslope from my position. It moved with an odd, loping gait, sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes dropping to all 4s. In the moonlight, its skin appeared grayish and taut across an emaciated frame, its proportions wrong, limbs too long, joints bending in unnatural directions. Its head was the most disturbing feature, elongated and crowned with what might have been antlers or twisted branches. As it tilted its face upward toward my shelter, the firelight reflected in eyes that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. It made no attempt to approach closer, instead pacing back and forth at the forest edge, occasionally stopping to raise its head and emit one of those chilling calls. Other calls answered from the darkness, but no other figures emerged into the moonlight. I remained absolutely still, maintaining the fire and watching until the figure finally retreated into the forest just before dawn. Only then did exhaustion overcome vigilance, and I fell into brief, fitful sleep. Morning brought both relief and urgency. I had approximately 10 miles remaining to the trailhead, a distance I could cover in 1 day if I maintained a fast pace. I abandoned everything non-essential, keeping only water, minimal food, my knife and phone for documentation. The descent began smoothly enough. The main trail was more distinct at this lower elevation, and I made good progress through stands of pine and aspen. The forest seemed almost normal in daylight, Birds called, squirrels darted among branches, and occasional deer watched cautiously from the underbrush. Yet subtle wrongness persisted. I continued to find small bundles of bound sticks and hair placed at regular intervals along the trail, similar to what I'd found in my backpack. More disturbing were the occasional glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, dark shapes that vanished when directly observed. Around noon, I reached a stream crossing where the trail descended into a narrow ravine. The path ahead disappeared into dense forest, creating a natural bottleneck that raised immediate concerns. Something about the layout suggested an ambush point. I paused to consult my map, looking for an alternative route. The only option was a steep scramble up the ravine wall to bypass the bottleneck, rejoining the trail about half a mile further. It would be physically demanding, but strategically safer. The climb was treacherous, loose rock and soil giving way under my boots, forcing me to grab at tree roots and outcroppings for stability. Halfway up, I dislodged a large stone that crashed down into the ravine with a sound that seemed to echo for minutes. When I reached the top, breathing heavily from exertion, I realized my mistake. The noise had broadcast my location. I needed to move quickly. I bushwhacked through dense underbrush, parallel to where I estimated the trail ran below. The terrain was challenging, fallen logs, hidden sinkholes, and thorny vegetation slowing my progress. After 20 minutes of difficult travel, I found a game path leading roughly in the right direction. Following it brought me to a small clearing where I stopped abruptly, confronted by a sight that defied explanation. In the center of the clearing stood a crude structure, a framework of branches lashed together with sinew, forming a rough teepee shape about 7 feet tall. Hanging from this framework were dozens of small animal skulls, feathers, and bundles of dried herbs. The ground around it had been cleared in a perfect circle, the soil raked in spiral patterns. Most disturbing were the photographs pinned to the structure, weather-beaten images of different people, all appearing to be hikers or campers. Some faces had been scratched out, others were circled in what looked like dried blood. Among them was a photograph of me, taken from a distance as I set up camp by the lake on my first day. I hadn't seen anyone else on the mountain. No one should have been there to take that picture. I backed away slowly, then turned to run, directly into the chest of a man standing silently behind me. I recoiled with a shout, raising my knife defensively, but he made no aggressive move. He appeared to be in his 60s, with weathered Native American features and gray-streaked hair tied back. He wore modern hiking clothes and carried a walking staff. "You shouldn't be here," he said simply, his voice gravelly but human. "None of you should come to this place." He identified himself as a local guide and former park ranger who patrolled these mountains regularly. He'd been tracking me since I entered the region, along with the others. "What others?" I demanded, still holding my knife. "The things that hunt in these mountains," he replied. "The ones your people call skinwalkers. We have different names." He explained that the region had always been forbidden territory in his tribe's traditions, a place where the boundary between worlds thinned, allowing passage of entities that wore flesh but weren't truly human. Recent increased tourism and hiking in the area had attracted their attention, resulting in several disappearances officially attributed to exposure or wildlife attacks. "They're drawn to fear," he said. "They feed on it before they feed on flesh. The more afraid you are, the stronger they become." He offered to guide me to the trailhead by a route they rarely watch. Having few alternatives, I cautiously accepted, though I kept my knife ready and maintained distance between us. As we hiked, he pointed out signs I'd missed, marks on trees indicating territorial boundaries, subtle arrangements of stones marking safe passages. He showed me caves in the hillsides where they sheltered during daylight. "They can't be killed with ordinary weapons," he told me when I asked about defense. "The most we can do is know their ways and avoid them. They've been here longer than us." We traveled quickly, taking routes that often seemed to double back or circle, but somehow made consistent progress. By late afternoon, we'd covered ground that would have taken me substantially longer alone. As we descended below 7,000 feet, cellular service suddenly returned to my phone, multiple missed calls and texts appearing at once. Among them was an alert about 3 hikers reported missing in the Chuska Mountains over the past month. The guide grew increasingly nervous as the sun lowered, urging faster pace. They'll know you're leaving their territory. They don't like to lose what they consider theirs. With the trailhead visible in the distance, perhaps half a mile through thinning forest, he stopped abruptly. I go no further. The parking area is just ahead. Don't stop. Don't look back. Before I could respond, he'd vanished into the underbrush with surprising speed for his age. I continued alone, the path now wide and well-maintained. Normal forest sounds had returned. Bird calls, wind in the branches, the distant rumble of vehicles on the access road. Then I heard it one final time. That distinctive call, rising and falling in pitch, coming from the ridge high above. Looking back, I saw a distant figure silhouetted against the evening sky, standing upright on a rocky outcropping. Even at this distance, I could see it wasn't human, its proportions all wrong, head elongated and crowned with what might have been antlers. It raised one impossibly long arm, as if in farewell. I ran the remaining distance to the trailhead, finding my rental car undisturbed where I'd left it 5 days earlier. As I fumbled with the keys, something caught my eye. A small bundle of twigs and hair, bound together with sinew, placed carefully on the driver's seat. I drove non-stop to the nearest town, filed a report with local authorities about the missing hikers, and showed them my photographs. They took my information with professional courtesy but obvious skepticism. The Forest Service promised to investigate both the destruction of my camp and the shrine in the clearing. 1 month later, I received an official report indicating they'd found no evidence of the structures I'd described, no unusual tracks, and no signs of other people or dangerous wildlife in the areas I'd specified. The damage to my equipment was attributed to bears. The 3 missing hikers were eventually found alive, though severely dehydrated and suffering exposure, with no memory of what had happened during their lost days. I've never returned to those mountains. But sometimes, on cold nights when the wind makes strange sounds against my windows, I dream of that figure on the ridge, watching, waiting, unbound by human understanding of time or death. And I know with absolute certainty that if I ever ventured back into those remote forests, something ancient and patient would be waiting for me. Something that now knows my scent, my fears, and perhaps even my name.